What is up, Copy Squad? It's your boy, Kyle Milligan, and today we're being joined by Rodney Gravitter. Rodney.
What up?
So Rodney is a former copywriter from my WealthPress team. He's still with WealthPress now as a senior copywriter. He coaches other copywriters at WealthPress, and at the same time, he also coaches copywriters inside of the Copy Squad Inner Circle. And that's the whole bio. What's been up, Rodney?
Dude, not much, man. A lot of copy. One of my favorite quotes of this year is "Wartime, peacetime, copywriters," because I think this year is was a really good year for some, and maybe not so much for another, and not necessarily monetarily, but also just in terms of like growth. It was hard, and I think you had an opportunity to earn your stripes in a way. Depending on what you did, how much effort you put in. So yeah. It's been good, man.
Like with the, so for anyone, so here on the Kyle Milligan Show, hopefully someday we stretch well beyond the realm of just copywriters who follow us closely. And what you're referring to is the market took a big old steamy shit. And when that happened, a lot of companies started laying off lots and lots of people. And when that happened, you had opportunity, like you said, be a wartime copywriter. While everyone else is a really successful peacetime copywriter, anybody could have been a peacetime copywriter because things were always going good. Everyone wanted to invest. Like more people joined like the investing space when Robinhood came out than like any other time in like history. That was peak promo time for us. That's whenever you were on your come up.
That's right, dude. I've said this before on some of our other calls. Like having a little bit of skill in 2020 would have been instead of like just developing and learning it, like having a few more reps under your belt in 2020 when everything was hot, you could launch a pretty decent promo and make $1 million without breaking much of a sweat. It's a little bit different of a landscape, today or this year, but I think there's a lot of stripes to be earned. And I think a lot of people had the chance to like step up big for their company or produce a win in a time where it was like, it was really hard to do. And I don't know, for me, at least personally, like a lot of growth came this year. Like,
what do you mean growth?
Like mindset shifts, things just like, we've been talking about the same stuff for like 2 years, but like every year, like the roots go deeper and you unlock like a new level of skill or a new way to look at something or something that like levels you up that now you can replicate in all your other promotions. Like this year was big in the fact that it was like a lot of reps and a lot of writing, and so many offers got shut down that if you're gonna earn your nut, like if you're gonna get paid, like you had to put out some stuff, and that was rewriting old stuff, reworking old stuff, rewriting new stuff, like getting stuff out there so something could sell. So it was just it was a grind, and like when you go through it, it's not always like it was fun, but you quickly, it's like one of those things where you quickly get a sprint and a few wins in, and you start building this momentum. And yeah, man, it was just cool like that.
I think it's kind of cool to sort of reflect on the stuff that you learn, because specifically what you're learning. I feel like, again, there's one little piece in there that you said that I liked. That's like one of my favorite things. You said we keep saying the same shit for what now? 3 years? 2 years it's been? Since 2020. So yeah.
20, yeah.
But then all of a sudden, one day, something clicks in a way that it didn't click before. What's that look like? What's that feel like?
Dude, so I'm not sure if you'll remember this. There was like one day you called us all in there, and like it still hadn't clicked for me. And it was almost like some of us got like a lashing, and I was pissed. I was fucking pissed. Fuck this. Blah. But I was pissed. But after that, it was more about like reps, and you were still kind of going through the time. Like, it's not about the time you do it, it's about the reps. And so it was like more reps. And I remember like shortly after like that, it was like things started clicking, like how to execute sections of copy started clicking. And I don't know. And once you go from there, like when you get one good one under your kind of like your belt, and it's like, oh, this thing clicked. Now I know how to execute this, or at least I know what to look for to execute it. Like everything else just like starts, you get this like compound effect in like your skills and your tactics. And then You know, and I think you know this better than anybody, but like you hear people like, oh my God, dude, you're so smart. How do you do that? You pull off the top of your head, right? And then when you start kind of, you know, I watched you do it for 2 years basically. It's like, dude, copy God, right? And then when you start like kind of having some of the like the same interactions, well, let's like do this or say this instead. And it's like, dude, like, how do you do that? Mind blowing, right? Like you start getting some of those things, and you just hit this like transition where like someone would ask me for something and I'd be like, I don't know, like I'll try. Like I didn't have enough confidence or skill in myself. But then it's like when you get put under that and then you start like turning it out and things turn out well. Then it's like when someone puts you under the gun a little bit, you're kind of like, yes, I got this. I can handle it. Like whatever it is, it doesn't matter. This guru does some weird shit. Fine. Like I'll figure it out. Just send it over and you can rifle through it. And that's just like a cool place to be in. So
Yeah. So, hey, my first question, what were we talking about when I got you good and pissed off? I'm sure that's what everybody wants to know. What the fuck did I say? What was it?
Like it was, I don't even remember. It was like,
it's okay. I can't fire you now. You can say whatever you want.
And it wasn't like bad, but I just took it real personal. You had a meeting and everybody was like, you showcased one writer and you're like, oh, you did this and this. And like, it was basically like, you're like, some of you guys are just like, you're fucking up. Like, you're not doing it right. And I was just like, well, fuck this. Like, how do I do it right? I'm fucking trying, man. And so I just remember just like taking it personally and get it like, but it's like, that's like the job, you know, like that's like the job. Like you got to be pushed to those levels of like pissed off is kind of like a good thing. It's kind of a motivator. And I was like, well, fuck, if this fucking guy can do it, you know, I can do it. And
wait, I think I remember this time. Did me and you and Nick like go to the cigar bar?
This is all on Zoom. This is all on Zoom.
No, but I remember, I think you brought this up at True or something. You were like, something snapped in you, and you were telling, I don't know if you remember this, but me, you, and Nick were sitting there after like one of our Tuesday night calls. We did it at the cigar bar, and then I think it was me, you, and Nick were hanging out, and you were like, I'm fucking pissed. You were like, still pissed. You were just like, just decide like mentally, I'm pissed, and I'm going to kick ass now because this is pissing me off that I'm not kicking ass.
I do remember that. Yeah, I do remember saying that. I was like, yeah, fuck this. Like if any, like, man, your guy. So I'm gonna take a quick segue. I had no idea who the dude you can't say his name on YouTube because they'll cancel your show.
Cobra Fate.
That guy.
I'll say this dude is back on YouTube all over the place. So earlier this morning on the Monday Musings thing, I'm saying his name again. It doesn't matter. If you want to avoid it, say Cobra Fate. But it seems like YouTube's letting him right back on, so it's not a big deal.
So I didn't know, like up in the last podcast and the people you've had on, I was like, I don't know who he's talking about. Like 2 days ago, some dude was like, this is sick. Sent me a message with this guy. I was like, oh, this freaking guy. But it's like, in one of his videos, he's like, I just know that if I set my mind to it, I can do it. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, it might take 1 year or like 5, but he's like, if I try and do this, I will do it. And I remember saying that. I was like, well, fuck this. Like, I'm going to do it. And then, you know, you just do it. You just try harder. Like, that's like the beautiful thing about copywriting is like everybody has like their own path, right? Maybe you get to a 7-figure copywriter in a year. Maybe it takes you 2. Maybe it takes you 5 to get to 10 million, but as long as you like don't give up and you just like keep trying, keep studying, keep practicing, keep showing up for calls, keep reviewing copy, keep getting your copy shit on, like that's just how you get better. It's just like your path might be slightly different than somebody else's. You know what I mean? So at that moment I was like, if this fucking guy can do it, then I can fucking do it. And then that was basically it. So
there's something about that, like these sort of cliches, almost like these phrases that you hear them over and over and over again. So one of them that I've always uttered is copy is a language. It's a language. If you and I decided to start speaking on the super problem here, we start speaking on the mechanism section and how does it work, like there are certain category of words that will start to populate in our brains. So you're having your juniors and you're working with them and you're suggesting something, typically on a whim, and you're like, this is what should go in this section. And you start to suggest the word, just like Google auto suggests, like, here's what you say here. Blah, 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 blah. And it just comes this rattling it off. And that's when they go, whoa, That's crazy. How did you do that?
Yeah.
And to you, it doesn't feel sensational. It doesn't feel fantastic. Just like when someone speaking Spanish says, look, if you want to order a cafe or a coffee, you say, whatever the fuck you say, puedo tener un café or something like that, right? And you're like, whoa, how did you know how to say that? It's like, that's how you ask for a coffee. So whenever you've been in this game for 2 years, you say that's how you explain a mechanism. That's just how you do it. Like that's not magical. That's not special. That's just what you say when you have a mechanism. Well, a typical person communicating with the English language will say, okay, so here's what you got to do. All right. So first you got to understand, here's how momentum works. All right. First, the buying pressure exceeds the selling pressure, and then the stock starts to propel itself, and then more people start to see the pressure and they start buying. And it's like, dude, no one gives a fuck. Don't talk about that. They're using English and logic. It's all emotional. It's all about like, damn, I ain't never seen anything this fucking exciting. This is probably the biggest thing since, like, I don't think there's ever anything bigger in stock investing history. It's insane, brother. I don't know. I don't think I can sleep at night. I had to like abandon my wife in labor right now because this message is so important. It's fucking wild. That's copy.
But the thing is you actually have to go through that transitionary period where you're like, well, when this does this and these things happen and this, and like, you have to like go through that first. And then like, you have to like, I forget what, I don't even know what I was watching. It might've been one of the recent ones, but it's about like knowing what not to do. If you just like don't do the wrong thing, then you're inherently going to do the right thing. And I used to always be like, oh man, copy isn't like, I was like, it's the things not to do. Again, it's doing the least. The 2-year lesson. Yeah.
That's like my favorite line now. Like, do the least. Like that applies so much and everything. I've got so many, like, even, okay. So as a copywriter, you've been unpacking do the least for 2 years at least.
That's right.
I've been unpacking it a little bit in my life a little bit, and I'll circle back to that. But I think you just mentioned something that I don't know if you meant to do it or if it's just like an accident, but we just launched your product this week called Rodney's Rundown. And a lot of, what you did is you put together like a bunch of lessons and stuff that you had in like your first year of copy. And so we just had a bunch of videos. We put them all together. These were trainings that we were using inside of like the copy squad. And like, let's just see if somebody would want these things, especially if they're beginning. And I'll throw a little banner up there. So Rodney's Rundown's product now available. But like one of the things when I was looking at how do I want to market this, like I didn't have, so whenever you're going to market a product, you don't just sit down and like we're talking about, you don't just sit down and say, okay, I launched a new product. Here's lesson 1. This is what's in the product. Lesson 2, here's what's in the product. You don't just explain it. I had to pick sort of an approach. And the approach that I decided to take for your product was strictly do the least. Like it's at the top of the page because I would say that you're probably because you were my early like 7-figure guy.
Was I also the greenest person you ever hired? Like literally,
ever's tough word. I would say the first like person who had never even touched copy before. Yeah, probably. Okay. Like everyone else had like heard of it and dabbled in it. Like you had no experience. So we can get into that shit too, because I'm sure people find that very interesting. Because almost everybody who's trying to get into copy, like once you're in, you're in. Once you know like 3 people, like that's it. You don't have to do shit. Like you're good. But when I did the Rodney Rundown thing, I was like, how do I sell what Rodney brings to the table? And I noticed like a lot of your stuff was just sharing these sort of little mini breakthroughs that you're having that you're talking about right now. Was like you had an aha moment and then you recorded a video on it. Like, here's the mistake I always make in emails. I figured it out. I'm not going to do that no more. And you recorded a video. You're like, here's the mistake I always make in the offer section. I figured it out and I'm not going to do that no more. And you recorded a video. So like, I was like, I don't know how to summarize because they're disparate lessons. Mm-hmm. So I thought like the common theme here between all these lessons that you came together with comes back to do the least. Like in your offer section, the mistake that you were making could be you were doing too much and not just doing the right things. And the same thing with your emails. same exact mission or lesson that you had in that. And there's a couple other videos you put together. So I marketed the whole product, Rodney's rundown, like at the link down below. That whole message came from that whole like concept of do the least, which I love that one because you can tie it all back to that. Like that applies to everything.
Dude, what used to piss me off so bad about do the least, I just like, I didn't get it. I was like, I had this like conundrum of like, I was always like Mr. Tryhard, right? Like, well, I'm not going to be the best. Like, I'll friggin' work harder than anybody else so I could be there type of thing. So like when I originally started, I was like, dude, Lisa, I was like, dude, I don't know what that fucking means. Like, I don't get it. That doesn't even make sense in my brain. So it's actually just crazy because now it's, you know, it's just clear. It's just straightforward. But it was like something I started with you in like January. You were like, bro, will you help me write some copy? And
that was the thing.
Yeah.
You like this kind of goes against someone that I just remembered this. You worked for me from like June to fucking December.
It was like January to June because I think my first day as an employee was June 16th.
This is something I've completely deleted from our story. Like in my memory, I'd forgotten about this, but you worked for me for like 6 months without like collecting any money because you didn't want to, because you had a very stable, secure, high-level position in logistics. And you did not want to just simply jump ship. And I have completely somehow forgotten this section of our history. So for like fucking 6 months, you were in our Slack channel, attending company meetings, working on projects, and people were like, who is Rodney Gravitter? Do we pay this man?
Dude, what was like strange though at the time is I'd been a remote worker since 2014. I'd been managing teams. Like I really knew how to like navigate well in that like remote relationship building, like engagement piece where that was like, I was like, I can do this all day, but I need to like learn how to write copy quick. But yeah, and it's so funny. Like I even think, you know, sometimes you see these stories like these guru come up and it's like really like rags to riches. Like, no, it was the opposite. I was dude, I remember I wrote you a message. I was like, dude, I don't know. I don't think I can. I was like, I don't think I can do this. My salary is going to be, I said slashed like 66%. And you were like, slashed. You're like, you could bring in, you know, like 5 acres a month and these royalties. And he's like, make a bet on yourself. And I was like, all right, whatever. Then the reason that I fucking know that I started on June 16th is because I quit on the Friday before. I had like all this like life shit to do. I'd like send back all my computer stuff that they had sent me and my monitors, my desktop, and I had like none of this shit. And I needed like a few days to like get my life in order. You're like, nah, you're starting Monday. And I was like, all right, fuck it. Like just left a 10-year career. I don't really know what I'm about to do right now, but I'm starting Monday with a paycheck. So I better like go out and I had to go buy a new laptop and like go buy all this shit so I could start 48 hours later. And I was like, whatever. Like, and it was like for the best thing, you know, like dive right in and it paid off. And like, you know, learning copy was hard. Like man off the street, like didn't even really know what like marketing was. Dude, for like a year, I was like, what's the difference between like an editorial email and like a lift? You know what I mean? It was like that green. Like people, you could like,
damn, I should have done a better job with you then. I fucked up.
It probably wasn't a year, but like, you know, it's like I'm out there like collecting emails and shit. I couldn't even tell the difference. So it's just funny. Like when you really dedicate yourself to like, you've said this before, it's like, oh, dedicate yourself to, you know, one craft for a year or 2 or 5. And like, you can, you know, become very proficient at best in the world. I think
it's 3 years to world class. And that was something.
There it is.
So what's funny is I had heard this before, this 3 years to world class. I don't remember where. Maybe I heard it in a book or something. And when I was trying to figure out, because I had an offer to go work with one of my heroes. I had an opportunity to go work with Mike Palmer, but I really wanted to start an agency. And like I had this, I talked to my friend John Rhodes, and he actually does, he has like an email training product that we do. He's really smart. Yeah, and he's been he's been in the game for a while. He knows what he's talking about. And I was like, dude, I was like, this is one of those moments. Like, you're an idiot not to do this. Like, I could go work for arguably one of the best copywriters in history and learn from him. And I preach that too. But I had kind of taken my lumps. I'd kind of done the mentoring thing, and I've kind of led a team now. And I was like, if I go to this specific role, I will be entrenched because I'll also be put in a leadership position. So it'll become like a job of jobs. Like, it won't be like, kind of just do the parts that I love. There will be meetings and politics again and all this stuff. And I was like, I want to step away from that. But the thing that he said that made me decide that gave me the courage to start an agency as opposed to taking what was a surefire win in any copy career by any regard. What gave me the confidence not to take that job was when he said, in 3 years, you can become world class. He said something like, how much money did you make this year? And I was like, a lot. he was like, I guarantee you. He's like, it's not going to seem like it. You're going to have to hit a reset button. He said, but in 3 years, if this is what you truly want to do, in 3 years, you'll make more. I don't care how much you made this year, even if it was an ass load. He's like, 3 years, you can make more as long as this is actually what you want to do. And it's funny because we could probably share the same lesson about your story, because I remember now, like when you said it, you had a cushy, it was 6 figures, right?
Yeah.
You had a cushy 6-figure job, and I was like, I want to pay you $45K,
Yeah,
right? Something like that.
Yeah, that was exactly it.
And I say that with a straight face. And I've said this, we had a live class last Friday with Nick where we taught people how to break into copy, and they're asking like, how much money can you make? It's like, dude, you have to understand the salary range is like 45 for newbies up to like high 50s, maybe. And if you're better, you can get a higher salary. I was like, but I have never made a 6-figure copywriter salary. The highest I ever made, I think, was 85K was my salary. But I'm getting a little more comfortable saying this on camera. I have had a 7-figure income year.
Right.
And that thing about it, like that 85K, it helps me get there a little bit. But like, you have to understand the money in copy comes from the royalties and the sales. That's what I was trying to say to you.
Yep.
And at the time, I knew it in my heart because I had lived it. And you're like, bro, I'm making 6 figures. You want me to make 45K?
Yeah. Dude, I was like, I had a 6-figure salary and then, a quarterly bonus. And I was like, you actually talked about this, the golden handcuffs. That's where I was. I was like, man, my life's friggin' good. So actually right after I joined, I had saved up money. We had no debt. Right after I joined, I paid off my house. I had 0 debt. That was kind of like that, like almost like the security thing that I needed. And you've talked about this before. Like, I was afraid to join because I'm not a good writer. I'm still not a good writer. I struggle to read. Like, comprehension sucks. My friends think it's freaking hilarious. My friends think it's the biggest joke in the world that I'm a copywriter, that I use words to convince people to like buy stuff. They think it's like the biggest joke ever. One of my friends, who were like 5th grade or 7th grade, he remembers me spelling very, Very, like Merry Christmas, like Merry, Verry. Like, that's how bad of like a reader, writer, typer person I am. So I was like afraid. I was like, shit, like, can I do this? And at the time, yeah, I was like scary. Anyway, we paid off the house and I was like, well, at least you don't have any overhead. So if shit sucks, we're safe for a while. But that was like kind of how the process went.
Yeah, you do have to get comfortable. I mean, like, one of the things is you have to be comfortable with the worst case scenario. What if it doesn't work out? I think if you give yourself permission to face that, then you can jump into it. And the thing is, like, that worst case scenario, it's probably not going to happen, like, so, and especially like, what's funny now that we talk about your story, you're probably one of the only people I actively recruited. I think everyone else I was kind of like, here's what it is, take it or leave it. Like I remember because like you said, I was trying to get you to join full time. Like I saw it in you, I don't know if you saw it or you didn't see it for a while, you weren't comfortable with it. But I remember the way that we came to basically interact was you joined the Copy Squad inner circle so you could learn.
I was a full customer.
Yeah.
Dude,
you were a fanboy first. You were a Copy Squad fan.
Dude, I discovered copywriting on like a Monday and joined like Copy Squad on like a Tuesday. And I was like, this looks friggin' awesome. Like I was already kind of like internet-y, like wannabe-ish. But then I was like, ooh, that looks cool. And it was and everybody like in the squad loves like the reviews. The best was the breakdowns. And I was like, damn, that actually looks fun, crafty. He's like reverse engineering it. And that's what like hooked me in. So then there was like, 24 hours. I was like, all right, it's copywriting. Here we go. Let's check it out. Yeah.
Oh, Dean's in here. He was here for Monday too, the Monday Morning Musing. What up, Dean?
What up, Dean?
So, I distracted myself with that comment, but there was something that you were talking about. I think it was like this idea that the copy stuff is fun. So I want to talk about two things. So first off, like the reason you got selected, and this is something I try to highlight. I like your story because I think it highlights all the truths about how to get ahead in this game. The reason I selected you was because you submitted copy. Like there's so many people who want to learn like more information and knowledge instead of just you have to practice. And I could lecture about that across all dynamics. Like, again, I hate to like plug another episode or show, but like I did the Monday morning thing today, and like the whole thing was about me trying to get out of me become more social and talk to people. My social game up until recently, I never viewed socialize, especially like the gym, as a net positive. I always said there's no utility in talking to anyone at the gym. I'm here to work out. Don't interrupt my workout. And I can listen to audiobooks, which I took as a point of pride because I can like self-improvement times two. I'm learning and lifting at the same time. Everything's going on. But I have had a dynamic shift on that where it's like, dude, nah. I've been going to the same gym for 3 years and I don't know anybody's name here. That's a social lose L, big L.
Sure.
So if you listen to the thing today, you get to see me like going through the reps of trying to like, I'm going to talk to people. And the way that I kind of try and then fail and then fail and then fail. And the next thing I know, and what had happened was, I'll give a brief overview. I tried to start a conversation with people and I could not because the try to start a conversation has way too much attached to it, too much baggage, just too high of expectations. Yeah, what if we don't have a full ass conversation? I started lowering my expectations to just saying hi. And then it's created this positive flywheel effect of like going from hi to like, actually it just started with like a thumbs up and a smile. I was like, I have to make human contact with somebody. Like seriously. I did like that. I thumbs up and smiled and they smiled back. And I was like, okay, that's first positive feedback. And I kept doing it and doing it and doing it. And, and then I then this morning, dude, I had a whole conversation with like two different dudes. Like, dude, I got to stop talking. I got to get back to my workout. And then at the end, I'm like walking out and these two dudes are talking to each other. Like, oh, the squad's over here. And like all of a sudden we're like a little clique. And this all happened within like a small 1 hour window. We're now like friends. And I was like, oh, there's a superpower here. The reason I say all this, I had to explain where that come from.
Yeah, but you're spot on though.
Dude, it was a mind-blowing experience for me because I've always looked at it of socialization as a waste of time, honestly. Like, why am I doing it? That's why I almost only engage with copywriters and marketers. But when you submitted copy, the reason I brought that up is because you submitted copy and you did it like in your first week or so or something like that. And it's like, that's it. That's how you get better. That's the step. The other thing that you did in your submission was you use the Kyleisms, you use the labels that I use. In every line, you basically dictated what the purpose of that line was based on a label. And I said, if that dude can see that every line has a purpose and give it meaning, and like instead of just having like some people just write this flowery, fluffery bullshit. Yep. And it's like, you are wasting my time when I read that shit. It makes me so furious. Yep. So like that was when I saw you do that, a guy who had no clue what was going on, and this is how you tried to make sense of things with categorizations and labels. I was like, if I can get this dude to really internalize these labels, I can make this dude a 7-figure copywriter. Like I knew it. I knew it as soon as I saw it.
What was actually cool about it too, I only know, like I'm a born and bred Milliganist. I only know beats. I only know the lead elements. It'd actually be weird when we talk copy together because like I don't have I have my own opinions, but like everything stemmed here. So it's like I too. It's like he hit a left field grand slam over the fence, and I'm just like, skirt, like, no, you didn't. Like, we don't need like that, you know what I mean? It's like all like the wild stuff like that you see that people pepper in that try to add color and context, but it's the wrong color and context. Like if it's not like a Nesby piece, it doesn't really belong. Like, and that's like what's cool about like the whole system, the way you set it up, right? Like your level 1 copywriting thing is like understanding Nesby and how to interject those emotions. It's like, once you get those, now you can like move on to like beats. All right, well, how am I going to structure, a long form sales message? So it's like you get this foundation of like the words. Everybody always reads the book. Like I've recommended your book like 14 bazillion times. Like, oh my God, it's mind blowing. And it is. But then it's like, that's step 1. And that makes it look easy. But it's like, all right, now you got to put all these words in there with this structure and this format that, shows someone there's this opportunity that exists in the wild. Actually, I'm going to do a quick pivot here. Who was the gal you had on the show?
Well, the answer is Donata, because if it's a gal, I've only had one.
She was awesome. I liked her. But you guys, she was talking about your heart, like, oh, we got to have a hard stance. I actually think the beats is a hard stance. Like you're like, oh, I kind of want to get away from like teaching or like develop the stance. I actually think the beats is the hard stance. And maybe you don't agree, but this is my own take on it. But it's like, no one gives a shit about your mechanism, right? Like if we think about how the copy flows, like the mechanism section is like the smallest part. It's 4 pages of a 40 sales, sales letter, 40-page sales letter. And the slide deck, it's like 8 slides at most, something like that. And it's like we talk about it. You spend the majority of the sales letter convincing them of the opportunity that exists in the wild. And I think that is a hard stance. So when everyone like talks to me like, oh, hey, I want to sell this thing and it does this and this and this and this. I'm like, well, dude, no one actually gives a shit about like your system or your method or the way that you do it. They want to understand. It's so much easier to sell them if you just convince them that there's this thing that exists in the wild that is naturally shelling out cash. And then once they believe that, it's like, oh, well, how do I do it? It's like, here I do. I have this little thingy that does it for you. And like, yes, I'll sign up. I think that is a hard stance. Now, I don't know if you think the same way. And yes, it is like something that you would teach, but it's like, no one gives a shit about your mechanism, dude. Like,
well, see, that's okay. Do I agree? Well, fuck yeah, because that's like my whole platform. I made that up. That was my idea.
Well, right, but I'm saying like, you consider that a hard stance, But
then I think where it became a hard stance is whenever you put the phrase "no one gives a shit about your mechanism." I think that's something I could get behind, and I think the reason is because in a way, I believe it. I've never vocalized it in that way, which is that, like, I mean, you already said all the pieces I would use, like 10%. We attribute about 10% of our sales letter, a whole argument of 40 pages, about 10% goes to the mechanism. And a lot of those 4 pages are charts, square images that fill up 30% of the page. So it's really only like 1 page of actual chattery about the mechanism and then demonstrations, like just the result. And honestly, the force of nature is the most important thing, especially in like the way that I believe the world operates. I just need to get you I'm just parroting back to you. I just need to convince you the force of nature is both real and beneficial to you, and then you will demand the mechanism of me. I don't have to sell you on a mechanism. Right. No one gives a shit about your mechanism. I could. There you go. We've come full circle. You've convinced me that I've been right this whole time.
Yeah. Like, I'm just saying, like, that's a hard stance. No one gives a shit about your mechanism. I always thought,
Yeah.
like, if I ever had to, teach someone or what I would say up there, that's probably the first thing I would say, some type of, oh my God, please come talk about copy for us. I'd be like, okay, great. No one gives a shit about your mechanism. I'd probably do it Bracked. He'd be like, I saw your promos. No one gives a shit about your mechanism. That's why they all suck. I probably wouldn't say that because I'm a nice guy, but I would definitely lean in on that. On like, no one gives a shit about your thing. And that's why your stuff doesn't sell. You just have to develop it. And I think that's a powerful thing. I think it slides under the radar of everybody's like stuff too. Like you don't come out and just like, oh, well, it does these things like, features and benefits. Like, no, you don't.
Yeah, that is an old school way of doing it. And again, financial is a little bit different than other ones, but I think at the end of the day, if you can tie it to really focusing, like when I was talking to Paul, he said when he first got into it, he did like a bullets list, like features and benefits list. And he tried to pick like one to be like his idea based on the result. But then when we're talking about like going to sleep they were talking about having women who weren't able to get pregnant. That's what it was. And he said the secret is like you're not paying any attention to like your spirit body, your spirit pregnancy or something like that, right? And so the whole objective of that sales letter no longer becomes buy my pill or my program or whatever they were selling. Right. The objective of the sales letter is to convince you there's a spirit body, and if you pay attention to it, it will give you the result that you desire. The whole objective needs to be that.
So like even as he did two back-to-back things. Like he did two examples. There was the one with her, with the gal. And my copywriter was like, oh, if I could just tap into my spirit body, I could get pregnant. Right. Mm-hmm. Like that's what went up. Then the next one, he's like, oh, we're talking about a music thing. And I don't even know the term. It was some crazy term, like something cybernetics. I don't
know
what we said, but it was then tapping into that. And he was like, I don't know, force of nature. But as he said it, it sounded like force of nature. Like, oh, well, if you just knew blah, 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 sonetics, you could play better music or whatever that example was. But those were the two things that instantly red flagged. And what's interesting about that is that you start doing this like over and over and over and over again. You used to say, bring me a huge pile of shit and I will find like the one corn nugget that's in this pile of shit. And that'll be
yeah.
And so, but it's like those same things now shine through again when, I'm looking at someone's beats or they're telling me about their idea or what it is. It's like, okay, well, if you just knew this, or if you just knew how to tap into this, you could, find your desired result or whatever it is, regardless, whatever the type of promo it is. But yeah.
Yeah. It's a pretty linear line. There's a force of nature occurring that would deliver you the result, but you can't harness it. It's too wild. And so you just interject a little question mark, force of nature, question mark, result.
Yep.
Question mark is the mechanism. But first they have to be convinced there's the force of nature existing, and it's going to get them a lot of whatever that thing is they badly desire. If they want to get pregnant, it's going to give them 100 babies.
Yep.
If they want to make money, it's going to give them 100 monies.
And the interesting thing too about that, and I've been thinking about this a lot lately, because I can't, it's under the same guise as like when you start out in your lead, you have like your thing and your result. And there's this knowledge gap that's in there. You just, it's like, thing happens, money. As you unpack the argument, and this falls again under the larger umbrella of like peeling back the onion, right? In the lead, you usually have this line that says, oh, it's a shadow glitch, which means blank. Then as you unpack that argument, that like which means, or that meaning statement changes slightly. And so I'm working on a way to convey that message, because when you start it in the lead and you kind of unveil like thing happens, money, thing happens, money, as you get deeper into the argument, it's like thing happens, which means something, money. And so like, that's how it unpacks. And like, I don't have a good way to explain that yet. I could demonstrate it and show it on a promo that I've written, but I don't know how to better quantify this peeling of the onion, because I think that that's a big hurdle to overcome as you structure your sales argument?
I've got a little bit of an example. It's like this is not a this example is the example is that I'm going to give, if I could get my words straight, is correct. However, it's like not a very positive example. How about that? But it is it. So I was talking to my friend on Slack, and I said, I called someone a little bitch. I called someone a little bitch. And he said, oh, I didn't know you guys had a falling out. I said, no, we didn't have a falling out. I said, anyone who supports this bad thing, just
Sure.
this objectively bad thing. I said, anyone who supports that, I drew an arrow, doesn't have a moral code. And then I drew another arrow. They lack the basis for integrity. Then I drew another arrow. Is not worthy of respect. Then I drew another arrow. Is less than a man. Then I drew another arrow. Is a little bitch. So it wasn't that we had a falling out. It's that I said, well, he supports this, so he's a little bitch. And it's like, wait, why? How? So that's like the whole logic gap. Well,
yes.
In order to understand how that leads to this, you have to understand that anyone who would support this obviously doesn't have a moral code.
Right.
And if you don't, it's a therefore statement. If you don't have a moral code, therefore you lack the basis to form integrity, because if there's no code, there's nothing to build integrity around.
Right.
And if you don't have integrity, therefore you cannot garner respect. You have to have integrity to get respect. Well, if you don't garner respect, then you're less than a man. And if you're less than a man, you're a little bitch. Like that's the end result. So that's how you build out a copy argument.
but it is, and I wish that I had a better way to explain it. So a lot of times when we're walking through something, I'm like, dude, we need this word meaning, or which means. Again, pick those up for me. Like those are the two things that kind of like define that section. It's like there's a signal, and then lead, it means signal money. But then as you get deeper, it's like, all right, this signal hit, which means Wall Street was taking an action, then means money. And then as you get like even deeper, it's like this signal hit, which meant Wall Street was taking action, which means the stock reacted in a specific way, which then means money. And so like getting to that point and like kind of realizing how those arguments unfold like that have dramatically been able to like, help my research process. Like when I first started, dude, it was like, well, shit, you got to learn NSBE, and then you like got to learn the right words to use. And it's like, then you got to figure out how to research and what to research. Like my first promo ever was like about 13Fs. I was like, I don't know what a fucking 13F is. I don't know what a call is. I don't know what a put is. I don't know what a fucking option is. I can barely understand copy. It's like, you got to like learn all these things all at once to do this. But again, it's like, if you just keep trying and practicing, basically just shitting the bed for, 12 months, 18 months, 24 months, like you'll get there, man. You'll get there. Anyways.
Yeah. I mean, another thing too, and you might have found this to be true, like as you get more, as you get deeper into this and move further and further, that you don't really need, like almost the more you dig out those like the 13Fs thing, almost the more you try to learn it or like try to get more deep into it, as opposed to saying, this is it, 13Fs make you rich.
You're right.
The deeper that you yourself go into it and then try to convey that to the reader, the worse it works. Like
I actually completely agree with that. It's like you only need a like not like, I don't want this to come off the wrong way because we do it, but like you're going to be more tempted to that curse of knowledge thing. Like, and I've actually been speaking a lot about this. Like I've been pointing out spots in copy. It's like right here, you would expect the reader to go on this tangent to explain X, Y, Z. And it's like the more that you know about this topic, the more that harder that urge is going to pull you to explain, whatever inflation, cryptocurrency, decentralized currencies, like what that is. Like you don't need to do that. So it's really just understanding like what details matter and what don't. Got to figure that out too. So.
Yeah. Well, really what it is you just need like a way to, like you said, it's like the most top it's like almost like a funnel of knowledge, like you said, the knowledge gap. You just kind of have to have a basis of understanding. So when this happens, that happens, and then kind of work from there. And you go too much deeper than that, you're in trouble. Oh man, I have a bit of a. I've been kind of thinking about this. It's completely podcast related. Is like I am going to have to urinate during this podcast. It's
Okay.
coming. And I don't know how to handle it yet. I still have not figured out. Like, I need to get like good hold music or something because the show must go on, right? Like I can't
Sure.
just like. Do you have like a monologue that you would love to send out to the Copy Squad or whatever the Kyle Milligan show that you've been cooking on?
Oh man, no, but I could probably when the time comes, I can riff something. It'll be fun. We'll figure it out.
Let's see if there's any questions. Someone give us a question to mess with. Like someone give us a question to dive into, and then Rodney can take it, and then I'll come back and take the same question, and then Rodney could go. Rodney, do you got to go yet?
Surprisingly, no. I tried to force one out. I think I might have went even before I went up.
You're just drank like you got like a pitcher of water. That's like a
Last
full
year.
fledged.
That is. It's a
Pitcher.
German thing straight from Hofbräu, right from Germany.
So I have a question, but I just don't think that this is one of those questions that I generally, when I see this question, says how many attempts to reach a business before getting a first job on average. I, you know what? Perhaps, Rodney, would you want to like talk about this? I get maybe is he talk. I want to ask if he's talking about in house. Maybe that would make sense. I don't know.
I mean, I can talk about this whether it's in copy or not. I mean, dude, I used to
Do
interview
it.
people to.
I'll be back in like 8 seconds.
You got it. Be good. I don't know how many on average, but what I will say is this: like, it is kind of a numbers game, and if you want to tip the, have it to your advantage. I think the two biggest things. Again, I used to interview people. They'd want to join my team. They'd want to work under me. So I'd always say something like, look, it's like two requirements. You got to care and you got to try hard. And if you can do those two things, like that's really all I care about because most everything else is learning. And the way that you stand apart, especially if you're trying to go in-house, is like, dude, enthusiasm, like legitimately enthusiasm goes a long way. Think about if someone wants to come up and talk to you and they're animated, like, hey, what's up? Nice to meet you. How you doing? They give you a hug, like all the stuff. Like they're excited. They bring this new energy, right? Versus someone's like, hey, yeah, I'm just like trying to get this job, this and that, blah, blah, blah. It has a very different effect on there. So again, I don't know how many attempts it takes. It probably takes a lot. Maybe to get in-house. I think a lot of it, I think I got super lucky. But it's like, they just keep applying. Someone's going to give you a shot. I have this buddy who's actually my best friend. He's now applied for the same job 3 times. He like knows the recruiter. They're tight. They email back and forth. He didn't get it any of the times. They've taken the job down, but it's like, you just got to have some gumption. And what that does is it just shows a little bit of like, just like who you are and this, like, I don't give up personality. And of course he handled himself well, but, yeah, man, I don't know if there is an average number. There's probably not a lot of no's, and especially right now, maybe not necessarily for copywriters, but for other stuff. But I'd say keep swinging the bat, man. At some point, someone's gonna give you the go ahead. So, anyways, dude, I would actually, if we're gonna talk about going in house, I think that's maybe one of the best things too. I know everybody likes to be like this, wants to be a freelancer, and it sounds really sexy to maybe be a freelancer, but I don't know. There's something that was way attractive to me about going in house. It's like, oh, you get a little bit of security from getting a salary. You get to learn from someone. You get the more one-on-one experience. You get someone slapping your wrist every time you make a mistake. You get to learn more stuff outside of the craft of copy, like how to do a launch, how to become a marketer, how to write copy better. Then if you're still all gung-ho on being a freelancer, then you can go out and do it. Now you actually have the chops, at least the skill set to do it. Now you just have to worry about finding your own customers or clients if you don't have any yet. And it's probably, if you've got some skin in the game, like you've been around, like someone's like, oh yeah, this guy's sick, you should hire him as a freelancer. You probably have a little bit better shot than all the people who do cold outreach type of things.
So the Ronnie, did you attend Nick's breaking the copywriting thing we did last week, like Friday?
I didn't attend. I watched about half of it.
So I did a video on the 4 things I look for to hire. So that was last week. We did the live class on Friday with Nick, where he described how he got into 2 different copywriting roles, one with me and then one with Investor Place Media, a big publishing house. And you echoed so many of the sentiments that we already. It's funny because like one of the big pieces of the live class was sort of addressing the whole freelance thing. And I think what's really important, he talks about this, he kind of walks you through it. The idea of becoming a freelancer is you're attempting to do 2 things at once now.
Mm-hmm.
You're trying to become a copywriter because most of these folks getting in the game are getting in the game. They're new. They're attempting to teach themselves a craft, which is it's a soft skill of sorts. Like it's a very psychology based skill. I can't, it takes like a professional look at it and tell you if it's good or not. There's not a lot of hard measurements to say, like you can't, pull out a ruler and be like, this is good copy.
And I think that's a hard thing to get over, especially when you're new. I was like, well, what dictates is new? Because you have 7 years of experience. Like that was like a tough thing. It is very soft. You just knew. Yeah.
So there's that. And then the other part is they're trying to build a business, which is also a soft skill, you're self-employed essentially, because you're going to be the only person, you're your own boss and you're your own employee. So you have that duality of trying to learn a craft while also trying to learn how to manage and build a business and prospect. That's the thing that everybody asks me. How do you get clients? I don't know. Because I went to a spot and built a name for myself. And when I left there, how I got clients was I called people and I said, hey, it's Kyle Milligan. Do you need any help with copy? And invariably they would say, yes, please. And so that's how I got clients. So that's a question, it comes my way so frequently. And I try my hardest to be transparent about this. I don't. How do you do cold outreach? I don't know. I mean, any outreach I do is from some sort of mutual connection. Like I got my job at WealthPress through Rob Braddock. Rob Braddock's the one who said, you need to hire Kyle Milligan. And then they did.
That kind of goes back to your social thing about, I don't know, meeting people in a gym. Now, people in the space, they say, damn, this guy writes good copy. If you ever you literally could reach out and be like, hey, do you want a promo written for you? Someone would say yes. You know what I mean? Like, yes, please do it. You know what I mean? So that's very different. But I don't think the average Joe off the street can do all that. You gotta.
Well, yeah. First, what would you do? I went to you go to Obi-Wan or Yoda or Darth Vader, right? Pick it. Doesn't matter. Go to one of them and say, hey, teach me the Force. Dude, teach me the Force. And they will. And the thing that, man, we're about to basically recap the entire live class in a way. One of the things I really got heated about, and I still do, because I saw a post, my buddy Sean put one out there, and I was like, fuck this bullshit. The post he put out was like, job switching results in 30% increase in pay or something like that. And I was like, and it also results in 100% of me saying, fuck you if you come looking for a job with me. Because the task of training someone to become a copywriter is a long-term investment. And if I see that you're one of these assholes that keeps jumping around to collect an extra 30 grand salary or some bullshit so you can get fucking an extra $1,000 a month or some bullshit like that, I'm going to tell you fucking kick rocks, you chump. I can't stand that shit. I
think some of that too is job, job. You work for, not outside of copy, you work for company A in IT. Yeah. And now you can go to company B in 18 months and they'll give you a raise. Then you can go to company C, and it's a big enough ocean where it's maybe that person doesn't develop a bad rap. Here, I think in this realm, I don't know. I mean, maybe you can do that. I don't know. You would definitely know better than I, but I don't even know if it's a one-to-one comparison, because I do think a lot of people can hop around and get jobs if you have a job. Now I look at copy as it's not like a job. It is, it pays my bills, but also I love it. I actually, after being a manager and dealing with people and all like the other stuff, like I don't want to do that again. I really find like, oh my God, it's 7 a.m. Saturday morning. I'm super jacked to get up and work on my shit for 2 hours before I go to the gym or before the world gets up, because I've got some great ideas right now and I want to see if I can get them on paper. Like that isn't a job. That's something that I like. I feel very lucky to be passionate about something I enjoy doing. And it's fucking hard, don't get me wrong. And it can be challenging, but I still love it. That's different than in my opinion, like, oh, you work at logistics company and now you can go be a broker over here. And because you have 6 years in the game, they're going to give you more money. And you can do that probably 10 fucking times. And honestly, dude, I see it. I see people that I work with who are now like the VP of like whatever. And it's like, that's cool. You still work in freight and that shit sucks. So
Yeah. A couple questions here. Emmerich asks, "Are you hiring Rodney? Rodney, are you hiring, Rodney?" Question mark.
I am not hiring. Dude, I'm a writer. You know, I'm not a chief. What I can tell you is wherever you're looking, people need copy and they need people who are qualified to do it. And I think this whole rant stemmed from the fact that going in-house and learning how to develop the skill and honing that, like if you want to jump into copy because you think you're going to make money, this is my personal belief, may not entirely be true. I don't think that's for the right reason. Like money comes, but only if you're good, only if you're dedicated, only if you put in the time to learn how to be really, really good at this craft. And if you're not willing to do that, the money will probably never come. Again, a great way to get into it though is like bust your ass, probably take some no's, get in-house somewhere, learn from their guy, and then take and harness your energy and your skill set and grow from there. And then if 5 years, it's like, well, I still want to be a freelancer, then dude, go for it. You now have the chops and the guys to be able to execute on that. But if you're just square one, maybe not.
I'm like beaming with pride over here. I think so. Emmerich says, "Kyle, you're getting angrier by the minute when you talk about jumping ship." Dude, it's these short-term greedy moves that really frustrate me, because you can do so well if you don't approach this like a chump. Like if you come in like a professional, and how do I put this? Like I love what Rodney's saying here, because Rodney's he's in the game for 2 years. He his first year did 7 figures in sales, and he's a testament to like, if you like, he took a monster pay cut to start his copywriting journey. I don't know if he's replaced it fully already or not. He says he has. All right, cool. So, I mean,
by a significant amount, something I didn't think was possible, by the way. Starting out.
Yeah. So, like, because I remember trying to talk you into it, man. I was like, I'm telling you, ignore the salary. So what you're saying here is you're speaking from experience. The money will come. So some of the rants that I do stem from these sales pitches that I see where someone says like, I don't know, I just hate this idea of like, make $1 million writing from a hammock, and it's like, I don't know. I get heated because it's like they come in for the wrong. You got to want to learn the craft, like that whole thing that you said earlier. Like, and I say it 100 different ways. I feel like when someone else finally says it besides me, then it's like I feel validated when it comes out of your mouth, because like, you're a dude who did exactly, you lived the thing that I keep trying to say to people, which is like, you have to make it about the money will follow a great copywriter. The money will chase you down. But let me back up from the mic. Have you made yourself a great copywriter?
Yeah.
Or are you still acting like a chump? Right? Like, that's the thing. The money will chase down a great copywriter, but have you actually dedicated yourself to becoming a great copywriter? That's the fucking thing that gets me heated. So I'm glad you said all the things that you just said, because I feel like I've screamed all that shit from the top of my lungs, man.
Yeah, but when you can, I mean, part of it is too, like when you're always it's no different. If you want to become a great basketball player, right? If you want to go play in the NBA, if you're a little kid, you want to play in the NBA or in the NFL, like what do? You just practice and you play and you shoot free throws and you do the jump shots and you're playing before school and then you're playing with dudes after school and you're doing all the things to make yourself a better player so you can go to the NBA and you can play basketball. Copywriting is the same thing. It's a skill that you harness so that you can go on a professional level. So you can write a letter that someone's going to say, oh my God, like, great job. This brought in a bunch of money. Like, here's a 5 or 6 figure check or whatever that is. Like, those things are after effects of you being awesome. Like, you have to become the next, great player. You got to be Kobe. You got to be Jordan, like whatever, tons of great players, but you have to become that first and then the money will follow. If you're not that, then you won't get that. You're actually going to struggle more.
I would say I want to actually even step back that statement because I'll ask you direct. Do you think you're the MJ of copywriting?
No.
Have you made 5 figures a month from a royalty check?
Yes.
All right. And you don't have to be the MJ, but you do approach the craft with zeal and you work on it and you work on it.
Yes, always. Even more so now because I understand it better than I did when I started, that it's like more important for me to push and like just be consciously aware. Like I heard this, like so consciously aware. I heard this word qualify, or I'm sorry, clarity. Somebody randomly was on the radio and I was like, oh, that's a nice way of saying like easy, right? Like easy has been striked from my copy usage. I can't use words like that. So I always coming up with new ways to say something's easy. And I was like, and so it's like my line was like, well, nothing can give you this much clarity in the stock market. And I was like, wow, what a great way with saying easy without saying it's easy. Or it's like, even my 10-year-old daughter can understand that. I was going to say something, but now I forgot my point. Whatever you just said there blew it from me.
It was about being the MJ.
Oh, yes. I think that's actually a fallacy. Everyone's like, oh, I want to be the greatest. I want to be the greatest. And I think you should strive to be the greatest, like the greatest version of yourself. But you don't have to be Clayton Makepeace. You don't have to be Mike Palmer to be wildly successful as a copywriter. Now, maybe everybody doesn't know your name. Maybe your version of wildly successful is different, and that'll probably change as you grow up. Maybe you want a little bit more time. Maybe you measure it in money. Maybe you measure it in your social life. Maybe it's a balance. Like for me, a thing that I struggled with was like, I started weighing money higher than my health. And so when it went like this, my health went down, my physique changed. I like drank more on the weekend. And I was like, I'd like recalibrate, like to bring those things back in to like get this, this balance. But however you define success, just because, if you make $250,000 a year and you're copywriter A and you make 250 and copywriter B makes 500, maybe monetarily he's more successful for you. Maybe he writes more promos. Maybe he makes more of a sacrifice in there. But my whole point is you don't have to be Clayton, Mike Palmer, Evaldo, Kyle Milligan to be a great, successful copywriter who has a very luxurious and nice career where people respect you and how you talk and this, that, and the other thing. So, yeah.
Yeah. So that's important. It really is. I think step one is get a mentor, someone who wants to invest in you because they will make it their mission to make you successful because that's just the game. Like a good copy chief wants to create a great copy team. So we're coming up on 1 year, September 30th. It's September 26th today. September 30th was the day that I left WealthPress to start my agency. And I think before I left, I had sent you a 5-figure royalty check. And I think that's important. I'm pretty sure, I know the last promo that we quote, quote, worked on together, I barely touched because I had basically was set up. You and another guy were working independently at this point. And for me, this is actually part of the, the 7 pages, the 7 figures sales letter. I tell this story because the idea, like you said, I am very systematic with how I approach copy. And I think the strength of that is you can do it within your first year and I can step away. Like you don't need me. The system kind of helps you get through that.
Right.
And you were able to have, what was that? The big affiliate launch, all the affiliates. Was that 2 mil?
That was 2 mil. 2 mil in 10 days.
2 million in 10 days, right? And so you get a big old fat royalty check. And then, that as long as that runs, you get more fat royalty checks.
Yep.
But I wanted to point that out because you by no means had reached MJ status at that time a year ago, over a year ago. But you get a good team around you that invests in you. And this is why I really hate that short-term mindset, because you had to go through, I mean, you had to go through like 1 or 2 promos that didn't make $1 million, but then you calibrate after each one of those and say, well, obviously you suck at teasing a mechanism or something. You suck at super problems. And then the next time your super problem doesn't suck and your mechanism doesn't suck. And then there's some other part maybe is a little weaker. And then by the 3rd or 4th one, you correct all those and you're on your way. And then the only thing you got to do to pay it back is come to work. Like you just show up, give your, and try and contribute, like don't do the thing where you leave in 3 months and try to get a bigger salary or something like that, like that.
The weird thing too, not even the weird thing, like once you see once you get a little bit of success, I don't honestly, like, I'm very big right now. I'm not putting anything negative in the world, even in the remote, even in like the slightest bit. So I don't want to say what I'm about to say, but I'll probably never be the Michael Jordan of copy. I'll never be the Clayton Makepeace. Freaking way okay with that. I know that. I am, because I know that no matter what I do in this space as I write, like, it's always going to be my best effort. Like, I'm always going to try and study and try to do all the things that nobody else does to be a very competent writer. And you know what? Like, as you start building confidence and you start getting some more wins under your belt and the royalties continue to go and you start stacking more of those, like, those things all roll into each other. Like, you don't actually want to leave. It's like, well, shit, I've got like 6 promos here that run every month and all of them pay me. And I just keep hammering out more and more. Like, that's motivating, like, not to leave. It's like, okay, great. Now I get to chief this dude and get a little bit of his. Now I get to, work on this. So it's like, I don't know. It's, there's something about getting that momentum going and then having it work in your favor.
I'm in that boat of like upward mobility as well, where I don't care to sit down and like, I feel like it'd be masturbatory at this point, like to sit down and like on my own write like another monster big hit. Like, why would I do that? Like, I have a support system. I have a team I've built this agency. I feel like as you get through it, like you said, now you get the chief. I want to impact copy from a different angle now, which is generally getting other people up to a level of self-sufficiency where they can write independently. And so I view copy also. One of the things that you said, you get to do some good promos, and then you chief this guy, you get a piece of his promo, and you do this. Copy is a portfolio. My average royalty, I think at WealthPress, fell somewhere between 2 and 2.5%. And like, think about that. $85,000 salary. My average royalty fell somewhere between 2 and maybe up to 2.5. The reason being is because I would sacrifice my own points. There were some promos I collected 1%,
Sure.
All right, as the copy chief. And what I would do in order to help other people level up, I would have seniors come in and I'd give them a senior pay of royalties out of my royalties. And then I'd have a junior so that they could work together and the senior could get reps as being a chief. And this would result in me making like nothing, right? Like, however, I still managed I still feel like weird guttural. Like I don't like talking about my money on.
Sure.
I don't know. It makes me feel uncomfortable.
Sure. Yeah.
But I still managed to become a 1%er earner with that. And you have these kids, fucking children with no experience, asking for like 10% of sales, and they want 100K salary. And it's like, dude, it's get long-term greedy. It's a portfolio you're building. I, in time, had approximately 50 of these things,
Mhm.
paying 1%, 2%, 2.5%. And I gave away a lot of money. I paid another writer over 7 figures.
Mhm.
I gave away a lot of money. But the idea here was the more I poured into other people and the more I gave away, the less I would have. Like if I keep training them and building them, I will be fine with my 1 to 2% because they become self-sufficient over time. And I can just basically say, wow, this is great copy. And that's all my review consists of towards the end, you know?
So, I don't know if you remember this. When I first started, I was always like real butthurt. I was always the first year was like weird. I was like I was butthurt about something, and I was wrong about everything for literally 700 days straight. I was just like wrong, but like it wasn't even then. It like wasn't about the money. Like I wanted to be like basically kind of who I am now. It's like, all right, you got this fucking project, like see ya. I'll see you in 3 weeks when you bring your beats. We'll come after it, and then I'll see the final draft of the copy. And I really like that. Like my last promo was, it was like our current chief was like, damn, like I did 1 hour. I looked at this for 1 hour, and I read the final draft, and this thing fucking slayed. And it's like that was my goal. I was like, well, I just want them to be like, well, we just did a great job because we hired him, and now he makes the company lots of money, and it's good for everyone. Like that's what I wanted. I wanted to reach the level of self-sufficiency where I could read and edit my own copy, where I could think through problems and find shortcomings and then work through that by myself. And when you start doing those things up front, you now can garner the ability to get the higher salary or the higher royalty, because now the company sees your value. You're like, oh shit, like, man, this guy's sick. We don't want him to go anywhere. Like, please continue. You're a great contributor in all aspects. Like when you show up and you're of service to the company outside of like writing copy, you show up to the meetings, you contribute ideas, you help people out. Like it doesn't matter if it's your promo or not, but you're working for the greater good of the company. Like people recognize that and they want that. And they reward you for that shit. Like it's not just word on the paper, but they reward you for helping uplift the company. Now, if you're someone out there looking to do that, like if you want to go in and make a splash at a company, you don't necessarily have to be the tits at copywriting. You can contribute in a ton of other ways while you get trained and really move the needle for yourself and your personal reputation within the space of being a great human, a high performer as you learn your skill. So
I agree, man. I think in terms of like upping your like reputation and all that stuff. Someone at the gym, okay, one of the guys I talked to at the gym, I was telling you I started talking to people at the gym. One of the guys today told me to read The Go Giver. There's a book called The Go Giver. And I love that title because he explained to me, he said, everyone else wants to be a go-getter. And I was like, that kind of clicked for me. You go try to get something from someone else, a go-getter. And I was like, I like that.
yeah.
So he told me, read the book Go Giver. And basically this idea of like producing value, which is a word, I hate the word value, but like
You're about to
something.
say this is one of those cliche things that now comes back around.
Yeah. And but I mean, like that's the thing. Like whenever I hired juniors, you, Nick, Sam, a bunch of people went through this. You come in and you're gonna write offers. You're gonna write offers and pages, and you're gonna start. Like I think you might have worked on 1 or 2 offers or something before you did. Did you do sweet spot stocks? Was that your very first? Did you not do any pages at all in leading into that?
So what we did is, oh man, what a fucking nightmare this was.
Dude, I remember this. Like, it was 10 times worse nightmare in Rodney land. I remember like sitting on my computer like, man, Rodney's freaking out.
Oh, I definitely was. Dude. I definitely was. Dude, I feel bad for like my wife, dude. I was a fucking head case. I worked in this SLO for like 20 gazillion hours. It's really only like 8 pages of copy. I just didn't know. Like I didn't know any
That's
better.
what it was. Like you had, that's not a, it was like, there was some sort of middle ground copy piece, SLO. So self-liquidating offer. It was a interstitial page, essentially. Like it was a page between the page where you get like a quick offer. And Rodney had to write like, like you said, it wasn't like a 40-page promo, right?
But once I finished that, I was like, oh God, now I got to write the promo. like it was just like, again, you didn't know. Like there were so many fundamental, like I was new. Like I remember I hit you up. You're like, yeah, I need help copy. I was like, oh, you need some help with like emails or something? You're like, nah, throwing you right in the deep end. I was like, all right, I guess we'll fucking figure it out. Probably. I literally remember telling my wife again, like, for people who don't know, not a great reader, wickedly dyslexic, have never been like great in that. So I was like, hey, this is probably going to suck. Like, I'm not the quickest learner ever. So like, bear with me because this next year is probably going to suck dick. And she's like, all right, I'm in. And so we just muscled through like lots of late nights and me being irritated on Saturday because I'm trying to write something and I can't because I suck. It was weird, but just, it's worth it, man.
Oh man, the irritation, because when you get stuck in the dip, I understand because I've been there. Like now, when there's an issue, I can generally correct it pretty quick. Just again, reps. Like what reps allow you to do is be adept, and like when you get in a sticky situation, you can fix it. You can see it. You say, "Oh, I've seen this before." Just like, I think a really good explanation would be like martial arts, like jujitsu kind of stuff. You see these dudes wrestling on the floor and they get these weird jams. You're like, that guy's done. And then somehow he gets out. It's like, cause he's been in that spot 1,000 times before. So it's like, but when you're first there, you don't understand what the maneuver is to get out of your stuck spot. That can be, I'll tell you something that I learned as a copy chief that I didn't learn until later. It was me. There were 2 writers. One was Connor, and then the next was Graham. And what happened was, this is also where I developed the hot potato concept. We needed a certain promo done in 2 weeks. A whole promo. Had to do a whole promo in 2 weeks. And so I said, here's what we're going to do. And I asked him, I said, I need you to just trust me. I was like, because what I usually do is I leave comments and explain everything and say, please make these adjustments. I don't say, please make these adjustments. I say, this fucking sucks. That's what I say. I say, this fucking sucks. Change it to something. But instead, I was like, we don't have time for that. I have to just rewrite it. I said, I want you to trust me because I'm going to just rewrite all the pieces that need to be rewritten. And so there were 2 promos. One of them was Burn Notice. And so what happened was, first one, he says, this was actually probably my favorite experience working with you because I actually feel like I learned the most.
Who said
that? And that was a Connor.
Okay, sure.
That was a light bulb moment. And then when I worked with Graham on Burn Notice, I was like, okay, this one has to be done in a week. Yeah. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to do what I call a hot potato. I'm going to work on it today. I'm going to send it to you tonight before I go to bed. When you wake up, you're going to fix everything. You're going to send it back to me. And then I'm going to work on it until I go to bed. And I'm going to send it back to you. Hot potato. So when I did that with Graham, I had to have the same conversation. Like, listen, I'm going to rewrite a lot of your copy. I need you to trust me. Like, just trust that I know what I'm doing. I remember my favorite tiff with him was over the name Burn Notice. He wanted to call it Burn Notice Alerts or Burn Notice Trades or something like that. And I was like, what?
I was going to say, Graham is a big name guy. Like, names are very important to him. He didn't like it because it was a TV show.
But it was a fucking hit. It was a smash. And I was like, dude, no, we're just going to call it just Burn Notice. Nothing else. Yeah. Drop all the other shit we're putting around. He's like platinum Burn Notice Trade Alerts. I was like, what the fuck? I was like, no. So that was a funny one. But that was one of our one things that we kept going back and forth on. But I had to be like, buddy, I'm going to rewrite, and you can't argue with me. Like, we don't have the time to have a debate. I'm just going to pull the copy chief card, and I'm just going to say we have to do it my way. The thing is, when we got to the end of that, he also said, I've learned more seeing what you would do here than whenever you just leave me a comment. That was something I didn't recognize until like a year into my copy chiefing. It was easier for them to adapt their own problems and fix them when they saw how I would fix them, as opposed to me being like, here's the problem. What I'd like you to do is, and tell them, just go do something. And like, but how do I do that?
Yeah.
When I rewrote it, and I thought I was overstepping. I thought I was violating some boundaries for them or something, or I would piss them off. It actually turned out to be the thing where you're like, wow, that actually gives me like a whole new bunch of tools that I can use on the next promo, having seen you rewrite all this stuff. And that was kind of an eye-opening thing for me. Is I used to be, so we're talking about why is this tie in? Because like whenever you and I first got together, I was still in the early days of my chiefing, hadn't really figured out. We didn't have a repository of breakdowns where we had identified all the key problems and all the key solutions and how to fix them. We hadn't have that yet. We didn't have labels. The beats didn't exist yet. And I was still just leaving generic comments like, hey, this section's bad. Can you sharpen up like your teases or something like that? Like, what the fuck does that mean? How the fuck do I do that shit? I can see how that would cause you to lose some hair and some sleep.
Yep. But now going through the process myself, right? Like going from, someone who's new at writing to then someone who is now chiefing the stuff. And like I've said this before, chiefing's a skill in its own, and it's hard. It's easier to go out and fix it yourself versus trying to coach someone how to fix it. And I would say one of the things that I have now is, well, we have a ton of resources. We have the beats. Anytime that we set up or do anything, I'm like, I'm very nice, but I'm like, I like, don't, we're not making anything up. Like, don't freehand it. Don't fucking write a lead from scratch. Don't do anything from scratch. You need your map. You need your guiding light of a couple swipes, some things to do it. Like, hey, here's this promo. See how they set up the mechanism section? They did this line, this, like set it up. Like, let's replicate this for yours, right? So I actually have a little bit of an advantage just because I went through it as a frustrated writer, just trying to learn it. But then B, now we've got a ton of stuff, and now there's a system, and it's replicatable. And it's like, when you know it works and you feel good and you're so confident that it works, it's like, why would you do anything else? Like, this is the recipe, so, but at the same time, the point that I really wanted to make is I see why, as a chief, like, people get angry, like do the least, whatever. We covered this 76 times, like I get that makes way more sense to me now, so, but it comes with those reps, and without those like kind of uncomfortable or frustrating experiences, you don't get a chance to grow. And if you want to be a freelancer, you actually never get to experience that, so.
Yeah. Oh yeah, the whole freelancer thing. I don't even want to touch that. It's funny, like you say that now that you've chiefed some people. I remember when when I became a chief and I was dealing with some of the stuff, some of the pushback, some of the attitudes, some of the frustrations. I actually wrote an email to my old chief, Valdo, and I basically said what you just said. Like, hey, I need to apologize for being a difficult copywriter, because now I think I was worse than these guys, and these guys are driving me nuts.
Yeah.
And so I wrote him like this thing, like basically like, here's the things that I recognize I did wrong, and I see other people doing. Now that I see them doing it, and I'm on the receiving end of this bullshit, I want to say sorry to you. He sent me back like a 1-line email. He said, "Are you drinking old fashions again?" One time we went to go meet Robert Kiyosaki, Rich Dad Poor Dad. We went to Arizona, and
I think I know this story. You don't tell it very often.
Yeah, I had too many old fashions. Let's just. I think for now I'll leave it there. But yeah, like acted a fool. And now he like, if I, I knew he was going to say that shit.
Yeah.
Now it comes up a lot. Are
Yeah.
you drinking old fashions again? Shit. Yeah. So that's
I'll
how.
preface that experience with a writer like, hey, first project together probably isn't going to be all that smooth. You're learning kind of the system. I'm trying to coach you through. I was like, not the world's greatest chief. I might make a mistake. And I'll preface that because I know it can get pretty rocky and I know some egos can kind of get involved. So I usually try to break that down and then just be like early on, like, hey, if you don't agree with something, let's talk about it. Like I don't also write, the fuck is this? Dude, the one that would get me fucking heated, it'd be a DA space FAQ question mark. And I'd be like, fuck this, flip and take.
I wrote that.
I get those. I get so pissed. DA, it'd be like the fuck. And I'd be like, I don't know. I don't even know what this is. I don't know what I fucked up. I don't even know how to fix it. I get heated, like slam my laptop. All right.
Oh,
but like those things are good because like, well, you know, you've got to just have taken all of that stuff and then put it in there to try to help everybody else. Like, you know,
here's all the times Kyle was a dickhead, and I'll never be that way.
Basically, yeah, dude, it worked out great.
Oh man, I'm like the abusive dad that like I'll never be like him, and you're like, I'm gonna do it right.
I don't want my kids to be poor. Yeah. Yep.
Oh shit. Okay. Well, no, I know it. I'd still do shit like that today. One of the things that I have in my older age and wisdom, I still slip up on this, but I have started to remove F-bombs from my comments. I realize that softens them up so much more, but part of me wants them to hit. Dude, I'm not going to lie. I use shame as a tactic. Like if I see the same thing 3 times, like that third time, I'm going to shame you. Like if I've pointed it out twice, because the first time, hey, correct this. The second time, hey, you're making that same mistake. Remember when I said XYZ? I need you to fix this either like the same way or blah, blah, blah. The third time, the fuck is coming out. Something similar. It's like, have you lost your fucking mind? I know you know not to do this.
Sure.
Like rub his nose in it. And the honest to goodness truth, man, it's a powerful learning tool. Like,
I mean, dude, it definitely is.
A year later, like you'll lose a couple legs on your table, like in the present moment. You'll maybe break a monitor or something. But in a year, you'll never forget that lesson. And you'll laugh about it.
Yep. You definitely can. All of those things hold true. It's like people don't ever forget like the super shitty shit. Like people don't forget the time where their car was T-boned or they ran the red light, got smashed. Now they're like super aware of all red lights. You know, it just takes that learning experience, the slap on the wrist that's really aggressive that helps you through there. But like that's the game. Like that is the game. Like if you're coming in, you should just plan on your first like 2 years just kind of sucking. It's just what it is. You know?
Yeah. Brace yourself, steal yourself. That is what you signed up for. If you want to get good at copy, I mean, that's really the whole game. Oh, here, I'll give you a line that you can steal. You've heard me use this one before, like as a chief. Like you're talking about you preface it, like it's not going to go smooth. When I do have to get harsh with my copy critique, I always remind them, I'm not critiquing you as a person. I'm critiquing the words on the page.
Yeah. Dude, I mean, you said that to me before, too, especially early on when it was like tough. It's like, this is the job. It's something against you. And I felt like, especially that was a very helpful reminder, like helps you take a step back. Of course, like you have pride in your work. Like you just killed yourself to do this thing and inherently it sucks, but you know, you got to like face that type of thing. But yeah, that's the game. Like that's it. Like if you want to get to the top, you gotta do that. Like a boxer doesn't get better boxing shitty, you know, people who are less than him. You gotta face Mike Tyson or whatever, you know?
Yeah, so what's So what's it like now? Now you're on the other side, right? Like you get to look back at all this shit and laugh now. Now you're living the dream, decorating for Christmas 6 months early. Like what's 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 a day in the life of Rodney Gravitter?
Dude, my favorite days, yeah, I'm just in the new process. You know, it's like I'm back to square one. I'm just now getting my beats around for the next promo. I actually love those. I love those days. You come off like a win. You got a little motivation, like a little wind at your back. You're kind of feeling hot. You're going into this next thing. Like, done this before. You know, you're doing your 5-3-1. Like, I don't know. There's just something exciting about working on a new project. And that's really my favorite part. The things that I hate the most are really like emails, landers, pop-ups, short copy. Like those type of things are task oriented. It's like, all right, well, I just need to get these done. You know, it's like, I know what I'm doing. They're going to take some time. We'll knock them out. What I enjoy the most is putting together the argument. I actually really like Nick's analogy of like, hey, you're starting on the 20-yard line. I got to move the ball 5 yards today. And then the next day when I start over, I'm going to start from the top and I'm going to go down to where, like, I do that too. Like even in my beats, I'm just very diligent about, you know, just working through the beats, putting like basically gathering all my pieces. I get all my pieces, rough idea of them, start seeing if they fit. Does the math check out? Like doing those things and then just kind of writing through the rough beats, looking throughout. Like that's my favorite stuff. You know, this year, you know, it was tough, but ended in a few weird scenarios where it's like, all right, well, I had to jump in and write this promo in like 4 days. They had already started writing the hot list scripts and filming it, and they had no promo. And I'm, you know, supposed to be chief in the studio. Is like kind of like one of those things. Like I'm going to take the ball and I'm just going to write this whole thing. I'll talk to you in 72 hours. And those type of things I don't necessarily love. I don't love it because it's like the pressure. Like I really do like to let it bake a minute longer. Like I'm not the slowest copywriter, but I'm also not like, well, I can do this in a night thing. Like I really like, dude, it was weird too. It was like new system, new guru, new thing. Like, hey, we're trading volume profile. You know, it's one thing if like, oh, we're doing an option system, whatever, I can figure that out. But like when you got to start, I imagine it was probably like when you had to do 2-click profits, or it's like, well, what the fuck's the Black-Scholes model? Like, right. And you have to like go down and like figure out all this new stuff and like, hey, can we have a call so you could tell me what this weird fucking graph is on your screen?
Oh yeah, I remember that.
You know what I mean? So I don't like doing those because it's like, as you become a little bit older and you become like aware, like those things affect like my normal person. Like I'm cunty. Like, I go to the gym. I don't talk to anyone. I'm in my own brain. I just got to get my workout done so I get to work. Like I'm shorter. I'm preoccupied. So if I can avoid the situations that really put the pressure on, like affect my outside human, like that's probably like the big thing. Other than
My
that,
outside human.
yeah, like my outside copy human. Do you experience that or no?
Like, do I take work with me wherever I go?
No, like
That the emotions of work.
yeah, like you pause your life. Like you put your life on pause for 5 days to do something for like I'm not a big fan of those type of scenarios.
Oh yeah. So I'm gonna tell a
Basically what you
story.
did with like Burn Notice or some of those you did Money Link in a weekend, right? Like you put your life on pause. You do copy for 48 hours straight. And it's like, you know what I mean?
You know, I think this is something that also is sort of pertinent and kind of coming up on the little Monday musings thing. The Monday musings thing might as well be called the meditations by Kyle,
Sure.
because it almost is like a diary thing. It's almost like I'm sort of like reflecting on my thoughts.
Mhm.
Right now, I can tell I'm in a bit of a life mission. So when I picked up Stoicism, I sort of became a pursuer of the word truth. And I'm still on that journey, I can tell, and I think I'm getting closer because I'm even rejecting principles of stoicism in a way.
I've
I
been hearing
think
you
there's
talk
a
about
yeah, like there's things that are good about it, but it goes too far, I think. I think keep the parts of stoicism that are basically like You can't control what other people do. You can only control your reaction. Cool.
Love that.
Yeah, that's perfect. That's exactly where I think that's the box that Stoicism needs to stay in. Using it for like further personal development or some proficiency, like it helps tangentially, but ultimately there's too much emphasis on being comfortable, being happy with what you have. It's too much of a celebration of poverty and being a have-not, and I reject that.
That's cool.
Yeah, so that's like the search for truth and stuff like that. So in the Monday meditations, I should call it Monday meditations instead of Monday musings. Okay, so there were parts of my life that I recognized now that I've long let suffer. And I'll tell you a story. This is from Manny. So Manny's my senior copywriter now at Copy Squad Agency. But once upon a time, we were both just two junior copywriters at Agora. I was the hot shit at Agora at the time. I had the little gold record on the wall. Had like all the hits that were coming out at that time. I was knocking out of the park. And one thing that I had going for me was I was just insanely productive in a short amount of time. And I remember Manny and I sitting in the kitchen at the office, and he said, "All right, so how can I write more promos faster?" And I said, like getting enough sleep, going to the gym, eating right. He's like, yeah, you got to have your shit together. You got to have balance. And I said, no. All that shit they tell you to do, fuck it. Only do copy. Like, that's what I told him. I said, if you want to do it just like I'm doing it.
You thought you were gonna tell him to like do other stuff, and then you're like, no, sorry.
No. How did I do it? Fuck everything else. Fuck your sleep. Fuck your diet. Fuck your gym time. Then you can do the copy stuff, and you can do it very well. And so for a long time, that was just how I got shit done. Now, fast forward to, again, now this is where it comes full circle. This morning I'm doing a podcast or like whatever you want to, I don't know what to call it, Monday meditations or whatever. And the topic is, I've been going to the same gym for 3 years and I don't know a single person's name in there. And it's like, that's kind of because what you're describing, pausing your outside life, I did that in 2018, brother.
Yeah.
It's been my life. Yeah. I haven't had anything to pause.
Yeah.
Like, so it for me, writing it in a weekend, another notch on my belt, like another point of pride. Like, look at what I just fucking did. I just wrote a banger, $1 million hit in fucking 2 days.
Yep.
Right? Like, that's how I operated. But that's where I'm coming to grips. Like, they say like money can't buy happiness or some shit like that.
Yeah.
Which there's some elements of truth to that for sure. But there are I can tell like my career progression has plateaued. And I think the missing element is definitely, if anyone's I can't take myself any further is what I think. Like, I can't be, this is arrogant. I don't want to say I can't be any better at copy, because I could definitely be better at copy. But like, I've reached a point where I can only get like marginally better. And it's not going to make a world of difference. What I'm really missing is a 5-star network that I engage with that can help me go to like a higher level, a level that I can't see from where I've been standing, and the practices and habits that I've built. And that social component is sorely missing. I've got great friends. I got great people in the industry. Like you and me could talk right here, but like, I think at where I'm at now, if I'm going to get any, like me and you are both going to like hit a point where like, yes, you could probably make maybe even more money, but I'm at a point now where it's like, nah, what's next? And so for me, it was becoming a copy chief. And then once I had a team and all that shit, I remember, because this is how I got in contact with Mike Palmer, and I got in contact with the Oxford Club copy chief, and I got in contact with the Banyan cut, and I called all the copy chiefs almost with I did this like a year ago. I hadn't even left WealthPress yet. So it was over a year ago. And I was like, what do I do? I have a team. We're making, buku's money. Mm-hmm. What now? What comes next? And I'm searching. So maybe now what it is, I'm like, I just want to surround myself with ballers or something. Like I'm not sure what it is, but
I think it's really important to figure that out. I don't know, an hour ago, we kind of talked about balance. And sometimes I have to remind myself about like, or I've had to like, what is most important in your life? What are the 3 or 4 things? And it's like, I do like to work. I really like my job. I like putting up numbers. I like that notoriety, but that's only one thing. I was like, I also like going on ski trips and having an abundant social life where I'm going to this wedding or this bachelor party or this trip or a cruise or Cancun and stuff like that. And that's ranks highly in my things that I want to accomplish. The other thing is a wonderful relationship with like my home and my family, my wife. So it's like I have to remind myself, and it's really easy in this industry to, I think, get caught up in like the number of hits you make, the amount of money you make, how fucking sweet you are in here. And sometimes those things are important, but it doesn't always have to be the only thing. And so I had these weird experiences this year where I was traveling with some like very well-off people, nothing to do in copy, just very well-to-do. They're a little bit older. They're out of shape. Their health's poor. They're this. They're probably thinking that I want to have millions of dollars like they do, which isn't necessarily true. But what they want is they want to look like me with my shirt off. You know what I mean? Like they have not balanced their health, right? It's like this money, notoriety, success thing, dollar score got so high that now their health and their wellness, and it's like, oh, you got a sick car, but your fat ass can't even barely get in and out of it. And that's fine. But it's like, those are the things that like they prioritize. So I've been very like consciously aware of like those other aspects of life that aren't like scoreboard numbers. And that's hard. I feel like that's a hard thing to do. Like if you're ambitious and you're a go-getter and you kind of approach the world with like a chip on your shoulder and I'm fucking sweet. Like it's almost hard to turn down that knob and then turn something else a little bit up but at the same time, if those things don't provide some type of fulfillment, then maybe it isn't worth it. Then maybe you can go, 110 on copy, money, success, whatever. And then it's like, you can turn other things down. I've just kind of been more aware myself that it's like, I'd like to have a balance of those type of things. And putting my life on pause to write a promo over the weekend, I also understand, like, can we get it done? Sure. Is it a notch on the belt? Sure. Does it kind of suck when you do it? Sure. Is it worth it for everybody around you? No, because I kind of suck as a human. But like, I don't know. It's just being aware of those type of things.
Yeah, that whole point of because I suck as a human, that, I mean, I'm like autistic level bad at that. Like social awareness in that regard. Like if I'm irritable or whatever, it's sort of like is what it is. Like get the fuck away from me. I gotta write this promo. Like, like it's like I get those sorts of things. Like, so for instance, I got a little sunburn here, right? And that was because I had to make like the conscious decision, like to like I'm ghastly white, and I live a block away from the South Florida beach. It was 99 degrees like yesterday. Technically, it was like in the high 80s, but the feels like read something like 99 degrees. And I was out there for 1 hour, and I got absolutely scorched. But I sort of had to force myself to take these sorts of little beats to go, like, dude, when my friends come to visit, they're like, are we ever going to go to the beach? And I was like, yeah, whatever. We don't like it. They're like, how do you not just go to the beach every day? It's right. You like, if you stand on top of my roof, you can see it, like
I think that's hard to do. Like if you're really into your gig, like, you really like your work and your job, and it's like, you don't necessarily look at it like a job. I think it's hard. It's really easy to get like sucked into it all the way where it's like, I'm okay without that stuff. And like, that's where I think you got to just kind of be aware, like maybe stepping away for a minute would be a good time. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
I mean, I like that. It reminds me, like, so me and Zan went to Peru,
Yeah.
4 or 5 weeks ago.
Yeah.
That was an eye-opening experience because I remember so our hotel had this coffee shop in the first floor. It was fucking dope. So went down and I opened up the computer to check in, and the Slack 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 comes on. And so here's the thing. This was a moment in time where I had enough separation for a long enough period that I could feel the Incredible Hulk shift that was occurring. And it was like when I wake up in here and I check my phone or I look at, I do what I got to do, it's part of the routine. But when I was in Peru and I was on vacation and I had to open it, and then all of a sudden it was like a wave, and I almost feel like part of my demeanor or how I handle it has been sort of like a stone wall, steeling myself against like this frustration that can be imminent, because as a business owner and copy chief and copywriter, so as a business owner, your job is putting out fires like shit. Like, it's everyone has their task, they know what they're supposed to do, and they do it until something breaks or they don't know what to do, and then they come to you. So they never come to you with like great news.
No.
It's always like, hey, well, so and so is mad as fuck, like, can you customer service support answer this guy, like, can you do this, can you do that? And it's like, and I felt it, and I don't resent my work. I just feel like you have to, that's a, if you read the E-Myth, he says like the way you handle yourself will reflect in your business. So if there's a problem and that I'm getting frustrated, I'm doing something wrong in the way I manage the business. But I did sort of have that moment of clarity where it's like, wait a minute. And I had to reflect, who have I been the last 24 hours that I feel all of a sudden that change? Like you said, I become a shitty person, right? Like, I felt it. I felt the F words coming up. I felt like the very familiar cadence of my speaking and the words that I use, and they're not always pleasant. And I felt them coming out. Like, I felt like my body gearing up to spew them out. And I was like, oh, wait. It wasn't until it came back that I recognized it had been gone. So that was like the first time I was like, wait a minute, that's not who I usually am. That's who I am in that environment. And when I left that environment, I became probably who I am more naturally, which is a lot more giddy and silly and fun. And so I've been sort of slowly reconciling that and trying to make good on that. And it's fucking difficult. And here's something I did that might be a stupid ass thing. Is I started a new YouTube channel with 2 shows attached to it that are, one's an hour long and one's 3 hours long. But I mean, I don't know. Maybe that was stupid. But I really want to grow this fucking channel.
Sure. Like, here's what's interesting. So I can prior to being a copywriter, my whole job is.
Look, if you're going to tell a story, I'm going to listen, but I'm going to step away from the computer for just 1 second. I got to have fun.
Prior to me being a copywriter, like, I worked at a job as a manager in teams. Like, my whole job was basically this is where I learned to be like a good manager. Like, a good manager, you actually work for your people. Your people don't work for you. You work for your people. Your job as a manager is to tee them up so they can do the best job they can, right? Like, if they need XYZ, you fucking get them XYZ so they can do their job to the best of their ability. But within that, you're also a firefighter. Everyone shits on your desk. You start work at 7:01 or at 7 a.m. Someone's dumping some type of problem on your desk right away. And after a long time of dealing with that, like, you almost lose your zest for life. So when I left kind of that scenario, right, I was like, oh, wow, like, this is how I always used to be. I had this optimistic, fun outlook. I was always out and about and conversating with people and talking to people, random people at the coffee shop or at the this or at that or at the gym. And all this shit slowly, like, I used to say, it sucked my spark, right? Like, my spark used to have this really bright chest spark. And all those things like faded and it became really dim. And I became like, like, I don't want to say like soured, but like a little bit soured, like, fuck this, fuck this. Like, I'm not into it. I'm tired. It's Friday, whatever. And so like getting away from some of those things and like kind of re-engaging in this ultra outgoing, fun, like type of personality that I always thought I had, and like noticing it fade and then come back, I thought was very transformational, at least for me. And my dad died when I was 28, and I was like, those are some like really uh, like weird things that helped put real shit into perspective for me about like life and balance and money and like the score, and then just kind of seeing it in others and just having like this instead of like this all one in on like, oh well, money's the score, and having the biggest dick in business land is the most important thing. I was like, okay, well that isn't, because I really care about these people, and I like to do like I want to be like a funologist. Like I want to be the number one. I want to have the biggest dick in fun land where no one ever has more fun than me. Money allows you to do some of those things. But it was easy. It was easy to get, kind of sucked away and lose that, and then be reinvigorated when it comes back. I actually made a joke today. So where I go to the gym, it's right next to my gym is like this downtown area. There's like coffee shops and bars and shit. And today I made a joke to a bunch of my friends. I said, all right, well, it's official. Every coffee shop in this city knows what I order and when I'm here and on what days, because I go there and I talk with everybody and whatever. So today I go up to the counter. She says, black coffee, 1 pat of butter. I said, yep. And this is like the 10th coffee shop that knows like what I get, because I ordered the same thing when I go in there and do those type of things. But it's like those type of social environments. And hey, like we're having dinner tonight here, you're here all the time. Here's 50% off, or like here's a beer. Or like the chef at this one place that I go to, the chef, it's a weird setup. It's like at a bar, and you can see in the kitchen. I sit there, I look at all the workers all day long as I'm like typing away. Like he's bringing out me a cup of soup, and you just build like this community of like people. But those are like the important things in life. And I don't know. It was just kind of like you don't realize that until you don't have it, and then you realize you did, and until when you rediscover it. Something similar to your Peru thing. Very roundabout, long way of communicating that soul point.
So, I guess then I'm looking for like the conclusion of that is that, you opted to put more emphasis on the fun.
I can sum it up. So it's like, hey, I don't want to put my life on pause because of the person that I become. Like when you're putting out fires, and it's like when you want to do those things, like, does it really make you a better person? And does it help move your life forward? If it causes you a lot of stress and anxiety and frustration, then no. Then I don't. Then I want to avoid those scenarios, and I want to key in on the ones that don't cause me to feel that way.
Yeah.
So it's go ahead.
Oh no, go ahead if you're expanding.
I was just going to say, so when someone asked me to drop my life, for 5 days to write a promo or do something like that, like I don't want to do that because how it makes me respond to everyone else around me. Like, I no longer have the biggest dick in Funland. I'm like crotchety, irritable, angry, worked up. Like the emotions that I feel under those like intense pressures to do this promotion for someone, like it isn't worth it. Like even if the payout on the back end of it is great, it isn't worth the time and the stress and the anxiety like that I could have poured into something else, like my next project, or you know what I mean? Like something like that. It's just being aware about how you react in those scenarios, and then how to avoid ones that compromise that. And honestly, dude, like one thing I fucking love about Alexander is he's like so good at that. Like Hawaii, like really chill, can't rattle his cage. Like, dude, I wish like I had some type of like, I wish I was closer to that type of mentality.
Yeah. I might rattle his cage from time to time. I'm just that intense. Like, I do think one of the things that when we started the agency, there was a couple little key values that we had. And one of the big ones was efficient, not frenetic. And what that line means is we are going to absolutely smoke the pace at which other people work and operate. We have systems built so that when we write, not only is it faster, but it's better. and that's where the beats come in. And for anyone who doesn't know, we keep saying the beats. It's shorthand for the beats of a sales letter. And where does that come from? I read this book called Save the Cat. I'll put a little note about books that we reference so I can put it in the links or whatever. Save the Cat. I dropped these Amazon affiliate links just so everyone knows. I think I get like 12 cents if you actually buy through my link. So don't think I'm like cleaning up over here. It's like if I put an Amazon link, you know, you're not like it's okay. I'm not like, if you worry I'm like I'm very greedy or something.
I feel like people in this space, though, actually, it's like, oh, well, I like that guy. I'll buy from his Amazon link.
Yeah,
I
maybe they
think,
will. Maybe it's off-putting. I don't know. It's like literally 12 cents. So
yeah.
it's like it's either way. But I read this book called Save the Cat by Blake Schneider, and the premise of that book is he teaches you how to write screenplays, how to write movies for Hollywood, beat by beat. He calls them the beats. When I read that, I was like, hey, sales letters have beats. So I invented this little philosophy called the beats of a sales letter. And all my team, everyone in the copy squad, everyone who works with me, we go by the beats because every sales letter basically follows this sort of narrative arc. So that's where the word beats of a sales letter come out. Another thing that you said earlier was, does the math check out? That's a complicated idea to label. The words, does the math check out? It revolves around the beat. So whenever you're planning your beats, what some people do is they draw up their beats in isolation. Like in Act 1, I'm going to talk about this. Act 2, I'm going to talk about this. Act 3, I'm going to talk about this. But the math doesn't check out. These 3 acts seem to exist independent of each other. They don't actually feed into the same narrative argument. So you can imagine your argument being like an equation. Well, if this is the problem, well, does the mechanism have anything to if this is the problem, does the mechanism have anything to do with that problem and help you address it? If this is the problem, is it directly related to the force of nature that the person is unaware of or unable to tap into? Like, if not, then the math doesn't check out. This equation doesn't balance. This problem doesn't jibe with the mechanism, or it doesn't jibe with the force of nature. Another thing that many people don't know or understand is that jive and jibe are 2 different words. Jive is what a jive turkey does, and it's not cool. Jibe means there's synergy. Jibe with a B. Look it up. All right? Words. These are important. So that's the 2 things. But yeah, so efficient, not frenetic. So whenever we built the agency, there were times as a copy chief, especially because I don't know if you probably saw it when I was in the worst of our Slack, like masochistic Slack channels, like bullshittery. Sometimes just like as an example to show how shitty my life was, I would just turn the audio on my notifications. So like I'd be like, hey, you think your life is bad? I'd like turn on the audio and it go clack, 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 clack. Slack would just go nuts. And I'd be like, it just doesn't stop because I'm in 50 different production channels for 50 different promos, and everybody's like, and the organization on a lot of levels was piss poor. So I didn't want to relive that experience. So we got very organized. Like the system is the solution kind of guy. So we were going to be efficient, not frenetic. I do see as we get bigger and as I try to add more stuff like new channels, like someone has to support this shit. Like someone's got to make the thumbnails and trim out the little videos and then edit them. And so that's just the YouTube. But then someone has to create pages for Rodney's Rundown, copysquad.net/rundown. And then I record the video and someone's got to edit that. And then I've tried to help write copy from time to time, but I actually try not to be involved in the operations of that business. I really want to make it a business in a box that I'm the owner, owner investor.
Is it hard for you not to write copy? Has that been a challenge for you?
I think no, because I have a very binary mindset. Like I made up my mind that I'm not going to be a doer inside this organization.
Sure.
And so I defend that with extreme gusto. Like when they're like, hey, can you write this? I'm like, once, maybe, yeah. Like just because, I want us to be 2 weeks ahead and we're not 2 weeks ahead, but this is not going to be like a thing. So I feel like this is something when I created this whole podcast, I felt like there's the copy squad guy and then there's me.
Mhm.
And I feel like I wanted a place to be me a little bit more. And the truth is, I am a fucking chiseled professional. Like I
Sure.
don't play no shit inside the game, inside the business. I don't play no shit when we get in that world. Like you've talked about it, you've touched on it a couple times. And when we get inside those fucking pages, dude,
Mhm.
it's on. So yeah, but I feel like as we get more elaborate, we're gonna start scaling shit back, and I have a plan for that. I can kind of give a teaser here for the couple people who are still around. Um, I want to stop doing so many product launches because I feel like that's the death. The death is like every week creating a new promotion for a new product. I see us spiraling into that pattern already.
Dude,
And it's like,
yeah, that's tough. Dude, we did that through all of 2022. It's like, all right, this shit went on Thursday. Thursday at 2:01 when the shit was over, we were already on next week's. You know what I mean? It's
yeah. I think it's cool to have a deep product catalog, which, I want to offer. There's so much I want to create, but I'm spending so much time supporting and creating new shit, like marketing shit for what we're trying to put out there. I'm not creating the products and the videos and the trainings that I want to create. I'm doing other stuff.
Did you sell 7-page to 7 figures on the upsell on this?
Probably.
Okay.
I don't know. I'd have to ask Tyler.
Okay.
Well, why? You think
I
it'd
was just
be
curious, just because I feel like that one that you could sell. I don't know how frequently you sell it, but I feel like that mother effer could scale big time.
Yeah, maybe so. I think something I'm coming to realize it's in these early days, a lot of people here are coming to me because they want to get into copywriting, so they
Mm,
don't yet have any currency.
sure.
So 7
Yeah.
pages, 7 figures, like $500,
Yeah.
and it's not a big seller because I think a lot of folks are still looking to get their first dollar from their first client. That's like the number one question. How do I get started? And it's like that one. That one, I
You
get.
got to learn how first, man. You got to learn how to write if you're going to get a client.
I mean, I would say that like there's so many like I don't even want to go down that rabbit hole. Let's see what OTO1 is really quick. I'm gonna pull it up. OTO1 is automatic copy. OTO2 is what is OTO2? It's it's the $20 million copy vault. So $20 million copy vault is like a giant compilation of a ton of stuff, trainings that we got. Anyway, that's that upsell chain. So one of the things that I want to do is I want to pull it back to I really love these live trainings that we're doing. We've done two now. We did an email live training and then we did how to get into copy last Friday. I want to do one of those every month. And I don't want to spin up all these new products, new order forms, new this, new that. I think what I want to do is sell the live classes and let them kind of stand on their own as their own pitch, maybe like a one-page thing,
Mm.
and then compile all the live classes in a program that we'll call Copy Squad Inner Circle Lite. And if you want to just, this way you can join these classes because once you sign up, you get the classes. The class is like 37. Here's the suggested price point. Class is like $37 if you're just a regular attendee. I think we're gonna do Copy Squad Lite at like 47. So you pay 47 a month to be a member, but then you get every month you get a new video that you would have paid 37 to get. So they're included, but then there's gonna be other stuff which I haven't figured out yet. Maybe we do a live. I don't know. But I'd rather do something like that, more membership subscription based, and coming out with a new product every single week like we have been. Like it's just, I feel like it's taxing my team to death.
Oh, dude, it's super hard. I do the copy side of it, but it's like, hey, PS, we need a new angle for this and a new lander and new emails and new order forms. Not only is it, copywriter has to whip up all these new assets and they got to get it to production and they got to build it all. Then, for argument, it's like, all right, we got to edit all these pages now again. And so it is a lot and it's very like task driven and that's tough. As you kind of speak, the light bulb is going off like Russell Brunson's value ladder. Like basically his team said, hey, we're just going to have these products and that's it. And they've got it kind of got their back end stuff stacked up. It's like mid tier, high tier, super high tier. The only thing that we're actually going to create is front end stuff. So it's like, that is the only new shit we're going to create. We're going to get rid of the front end. Then they're going to go to like 1, 2, 3, and 4. So once they basically establish their back end shit, back end, whatever those 3 or 4 items are, it's like, okay, now we're only going to focus on front end acquisition products, whether that's books, classes, different things. And that is the only thing that changes. Everything else stays the same in the back end. And that's how they kind of scale their business right now. And I was like, man, that is really smart to just like get your, 2 or 3 core items and you only rotate your front end stuff. So like your monthly classes that someone would get and buy. And then their next logical step is maybe it's Copy Squad Inner Circle, maybe it's 7 pages to 7 figures, like, and that's it. And so then every month you guys can now come up with a email class, beats class, whatever. And those are the things that you would market on the front end, knowing that the next logical step that they take is into full-time Inner Circle or 7 pages to 7 figures.
I like that. And it's something I like about that. Yeah, like I want to get to a point where we have so many things that we promote. I want to just promote Copy Squad Lite. And once you're in Copy Squad Lite, if you want to actually get more one-on-one time with your boy, go to Inner Circle Full. That's it. Like that's your life. So maybe all the stuff that we got now, here's how I kind of pile all that together is if you join the Inner Circle for a year, you get everything. Like, because just pay for a year of calls and joining us, and then you get everything. Like no more promotions, no more marketing. You're in there. You're good. The Copy Squad Lite, something you just said that made me think. I could do something I really badly want to do is I want to share the beats of a sales letter with like the world. And it's just at a point where it's like to do it justice. Like my 7 pages to 7 figures course, I wanted to share just the lead, which is only 5 things. I thought that was going to be like a 2-hour training. And next thing I know, I'm in my 7th hour, like explaining how to tease a mechanism. And I'm like, shit, how the fuck? Like maybe in the Copy Squad Lite program, I can choose some sort of individual element for like a live class and just focus on that one until I've gotten through all the beats. I don't know. Maybe I could do that once every couple months. I could pop in and do something like that. I don't know.
Dude, I don't know if you're a new copywriter trying to break into an industry and you agree with us and say that the best way to break into being copywriter is go in-house first, learn some skills. Then if you want to go do whatever else after you have some notoriety, you've written some hits after you're a proficient copywriter minus your copy chief, sure. But I think people would show up for that because those are the things that we build around. Like everything kind of starts there. That's like the anchor. And I'm actually really glad that you bring this up because, throughout my process, I start with super problem. That's now my process. In my opinion, the crux of the promo is super problem through force of nature. You can do the lead, kind of got your lead elements set up. However you want to spin your abacus. So like your weighted heavy thing that you're going to tease and lead, you put up there. You understand how your mechanism works. It's kind of mechanical, that in there. The tough part is super, intro guru, super problem, tying it to the force of nature, like force of nature, kind of that part, the crux through there. So I always start force of nature and then work my way through. Then I might go back and do the lead, and then I'll come down and do the mechanism. And that's kind of how I do my research and structure my beats. Then once I kind of have those pieces in place, then I'll actually go through and kind of write it. And I'm similar to you where I write a lead, but then usually go back and do the lead. But by starting with the super problem first, I know the elements that I'm going to talk about there in the middle. So they're inherently already, like, I know where we're going, so I can start in the lead. But I don't know where that came from, but I just felt compelled.
Yeah, I think you were talking about, because I was talking about doing a Copy Squad
Yes.
Lite and doing
Yes.
live
Yeah.
classes where I just address one thing.
But yeah, I mean, I think those are like foundational things, because once you know what those are, you can now write, you know what to look for within the promo, right? Like, okay, hey, you're an email writer. You got to write a bunch of emails for Agora Financial. Cool. Here's the promo. Maybe you got to run a YouTube script, whatever. Like, you now know what things to go out and look for. So when you write your email, when you write your YouTube ad, it's like, okay, this is the mechanism. This is how it works. It's the four stages we're talking about. Here's the catalyst. Like, those things you kind of have to understand on like a foundational level to be able to write good copy like around it, whether that be a lander or something like that. Because every time, it's like people come in, it's like, well, yeah, like, hey, read the promo first, get an understanding of it, then write the email. It's like, well, what elements do you pick out of there? Probably a year ago, I'd be like, all right, well, just find something interesting. And then that's your core idea. And now it's like, well, you kind of level up in those things. And I think a lot of it just starts with, well, what's the beat? What's this thing that's going out in the wild that you can tap into, and that can, help you reel in cash.
So, speaking of which, like, talk about email writing and stuff. Tyler told me you sent us over like another email training that you did, right?
Yeah, earlier this year, dude. I mean, I sent it to you. I sent it to you, like, man, probably like when we were talking about this. You're like, yo, we're gonna do a product. I was like, hey, I this was like in February. I did this training. I just did it internally for our people.
Yeah.
And whatever you guys want to do, that's cool. But it's the same mistakes that we talk about in the Copy Squad Inner Circle. Like, do you know how many, if you were to go back and like search through like all the comments, like, this is the throat clear, delete this. All right. In the training, it says, all right, here is an email. These words are a throat clear. Notice we don't need these to say this. Throat clear.
Yeah.
Okay. Look at this. This is a pivot. This is when we betray the reader and we pivot away from our core lines and talk about some other shit. So we basically, in that training, it's been a while since I did it, but in the training, I just outline basically the key mistakes that we see typically in email writers. Like, when we pivot away from the core idea, when we have two ideas running in tandem, some things like that. So it's, I don't know, it's probably a little over an hour. But I did that for basically all the writers at WealthPress, just because at the time it's like we had marketers starting to write emails. We were having new people starting to write emails. So we just like covered some like the basic things, like, here's how to set up for success.
So I think what I'm going to do with that is I'll probably add that. We have people who bought this email bundle pack. We don't offer it. It looks like we don't have it on our products page. I think I'm going to go ahead and attach it to that product, but I'm definitely going to add that to Rodney's rundown. 100%, obviously.
Dude, I feel like I feel like you guys get a lot of people buying email stuff. Right?
Yeah. Well, that's because it's the easiest dream to sell. It's the easiest dream for marketers to sell hopeful copywriters, is that you can write 100 words and make $10,000. Like, that's the easiest dream to sell anybody. And some people, yes, are capable of helping people get email clients that generate nice retainers.
Right.
But for me, I don't know. I'm not a huge fan of selling that specific dream that way.
I mean, yeah, it is easy to sell that dream, but it's also like the lowest barrier of entry. It's like, it's the easiest of all things to do. I don't know.
Yeah. The premise is you write 100 words, you make $10,000 or whatever.
Yeah.
You can definitely get retainer clients that'll give you 4 figures, anywhere from like $1 up to $5,000. But it requires some savvy, and like, you have to get results. That's the big step. So again, like, we have the email bundle, which has like John Rhodes training, has Cody's email training. It'll also have your training in it. Like, these are the things you have to be able to do. You have to be able to move someone from an email into a landing page, and it has to generate sales. You can't just be doing willy-nilly shit. So
I was gonna say, that's got to be the easiest thing to sell, those, like an email training, like from a a marketer standpoint. It's like, okay, I'll spend whatever, $80 on this, $50 on this, kind of walks you through it. But
My favorite thing about the long form game is the fact that nobody wants to do it.
that's mine too.
That's the best part, is nobody wants to sit down, do the research, craft a 40-page letter, rewrite it 7 times, and then have it go. Nobody wants to do that, which is what makes it such a bountiful place to be an expert in. Because when you've got these publishers with a $40 million business and they want someone to help them, there's this many.
Yeah.
It's like this many people on Earth that can actually legitimately help them. And there's like this many that are available to help them now.
Yeah. I think once you're a long form guy, like, it's like, oh man, you finish your asset doc, or like you're getting your asset doc around, you've now written your promo, you're getting together all your last, like, that's the part that everyone like, I don't know, at least from a long form, like, I don't hate it, but it's definitely not my favorite part. It's like, here we go, like 20 registration emails, follow-up emails, like hot list emails. I'm like, dude, I'm not in the mood. I'm not jazzed to write 70 emails on top of everything else that you need to write for this package. When you have someone that can do that though, or someone who's willing to, because they can, make a royalty, or probably not even, but it's, those things are easy. And I would gladly pass that work off to get started on the next thing, because those are what actually move the needle. Let me rephrase that. I actually think the short copy is really important. I don't want to downplay it. I don't like it. I think good emails driving to a good lander makes a big difference in how many people see your promo, and then if it's good, it does it convert. And so I don't take those things lightly, and I don't just like half-ass to get through them knowing I have them. I've done a couple things in my email writing. I don't really make them look like lifts anymore. I put a little bit more, right? Like, you get a lift, it is, and it depending on the business, I think that you're in, and it works, like lifts work. I'm not dogging lifts, but it's a very different experience from a reader when you open up a 5-line email that's like, yo, what up? Biden's doing this weird thing. It's throwing out all kinds of cash. You can get in, just click this link. That gives a little bit different feel than getting, and again, you said this earlier, I don't like using the word value, but something that I think in my email training, I say each opportunity is the chance to show your reader something that they want. And when you look at it that way versus just spilling out an email in hopes to get maybe a unqualified click, you get a better opportunity to engage with your person. And again, I don't like saying value, because it's not like, well, hey, email one of Seinfeld email this crazy story that happened to me that's somehow gonna, tie to a bigger lesson down the road. I just think there's something about putting together a little bit more tactful email and spending some time doing that versus like shouting marketing speak in someone's face, at least where I think part of the market is right now, moves the needle at least.
Which one? So which one's the marketing speak? The one with the Biden thing shelling out cash, or
no? But like, when you open, like, think about maybe, I wish I would have thought this through a little bit more before I just started mindlessly speaking, but like, think about like when you open maybe an email that like Mike Palmer wrote, and it's going to be a little bit more tactful than something that looks like that typical 5-line, 1 space in between, 3-word thing that doesn't like communicate a ton, but leans heavily into like curiosity. Now, I don't think this is a 1-to-1 spectrum across all scenarios. I think depending on the business that you work, those work just fine. But what I'm saying is, like, if you can make your email read like copy, but look like editorial a little bit, not read like it, look like it, you get higher and better engagement in those emails.
could you define EML?
What's that?
Could you say EML? Did you say email?
I might have said email. Yeah.
Email. It sounded like you said EML. I was like, email, email, EML, EML. Anyway, what I think you might be describing is something that I picked up and I labeled poor man's intrigue. I feel like poor man's intrigue screams of marketing, where you open it and it says, "This is gonna be
Yeah.
huge,"
That's right.
and
That's right.
you open it, and you open that email, it says, "I can't believe what just happened.
Right.
This thing is going to change the world, and if you don't click here now, you might miss on the biggest opportunity of your life. This is going to be insane. Click here now."
Right.
Just this, like saying nothing. That's what you're saying. You're saying that the marketing scream doesn't communicate shit.
Right.
There's no tact to it. It's like, and I remember one day it's happened. Like I remember picking up my phone. I just got out of bed and I had an email. I was subscribed to our own emails at WealthPress, and I saw like I had gotten like a text said like, "You won't believe what Roger says about this,"
Right. Right.
and that was the whole text. I was like, "This what? That's the whole text? Like that's it? Like what? This is."
And you know, even maybe my examples are bad, and they probably are. But what I'm saying is that from a reader standpoint, when you open an email, they can visibly tell or see or know that it's some type of marketing thing, even though it's probably going to a land or whatever. But it's like so and so's new discovery. It's the biggest breakthrough ever, right? And it's so markety that it lacks like context. And for a while, you know, like I'm not going to say that I'm not guilty of doing this. I was like, okay, well, we're writing lifts. But what I've found is being more tactful. Even starting out with like a little bit less of a disruption. We talked about this like 2 weeks ago on the copy call. Like, you don't have to be X to do, you know, Y. You don't need like something that something that looks like you're communicating to another person, you know, through the email. At least from what I'm seeing in the numbers and the clicks and like the personality that's driven that looks and feels, communicates differently than your, you know, biggest breakthrough in 647 years, the discovery of the market anomaly that'll blow your friggin' socks off and make you bazillions of dollars, right? Like that, I feel like is falling away, especially as we talk about like super buyers and developing the right people who want to develop the relationship with you or whoever else. I feel like there's a little bit more tact and lift, or maybe I'm overthinking it, or maybe I'm just like developing a different insight to the market than I had, you know, 18 months ago.
I haven't heard that. I haven't used that word or heard that word super buyers in a year. I just had the deja vu. I remember us having daily conversations about speaking to our super buyers. I was hot for super buyers. That's what I wanted. That was my retirement plan. Oh, man. I think we got...
I was just going to say, so just conducting a message, even though it's a lift, like you're you know, like you're speaking to fucking Grandpa Kurt, you have an opportunity to show this human something that they could want and would be beneficial for them. I think that takes a little bit more tact than a 3 or 5 line, you know, financial email, especially as like the market is heavy right now. Like, oh my God, like make $687 in 8 hours with this weird trick. Like, I don't think that's hitting as harder as providing some type of like insight on a new opportunity and doing it in a more tactful way. That's all I'm saying.
Have you read any good books recently?
I have. I'm really drawing some blanks here, though. What am I listening to right now? I've listened to a couple from Robert Collier lately that I've really liked. I'm re-listening to the David Goggins book. I don't know, some other stuff. Why? What you got?
Well, I mean, I'm always listening to some stuff. I'm actually doing something now where I'm cutting back because, again, going back to the whole thing that I had this morning on the other podcast and the gym experiment and all that stuff, I've decided that I've been using a lot of, like, I've almost been overdoing too much of a good thing.
Yeah.
where it's like all this self-improvement stuff. I'm reading a bajillion books and I'm lifting weights and I'm doing everything but interacting with the actual world. And so I'm kind of cutting back. Like I've been going to the gym with no headphones for like the last week.
Ooh.
I'm crazy.
Yeah. I mean, nothing says don't talk to me more than when the music in the gym is playing and you're covered up like this, so.
These are the ones I wore to the gym. I'm wearing them on my head. I did switch to, I got these cool Jaybirds.
Yeah, dude, I'm just saying, like, I wear these in the gym as well. But I don't know. There's something really cool about communicating with those. I don't know, the same dude. I used to, when I lived in Chicago, I'd go to, it was the same like dudes in the locker room at 5:45 in the morning, like naked old guy, huge dick piercing. He's like my favorite character.
Dick piercing.
No joke, dude. There's only like 10 dudes, and it was the same calamity of dudes in the gym every morning. And there was this one old dude who's like 60, just he's fresh out of Fox, no given, just like letting it hang in this big thing. But like you bond with these like people from different walks of life, and I'm just saying, like, I think there's something really powerful with communicating, because some of them are cool. Like, dude, when I used to go to this gym, like, I like did everything. Chris Rock's like, we do our taxes in the club, we go to church in the club. Have you ever seen that skit?
What's that about?
He just had like this. It says it in the strip club. It's like this weird stand-up comedy skit that he does. But like my whole gym was like this weird community. Like same dude I'd go to would cut my hair. Different dude would like make my shakes. We'd have this locker room crew, the early morning guy who was like cleaning up the towels and stuff. And everybody knew each other and like would conversate about like, oh, it was your weekend and this and that. Or like, I don't know. People just ask questions about like doing stuff, like, oh, your shoulders, whatever. So there's
like workout stuff.
Yeah, like all of it. So there's just something like fun about just being a part of that like community of the people that you see at the same time every morning at the gym for 4 years and interacting with them.
So I like that. And so this is the part of the show where I usually do about the 1 hour mark where I turn it into something heavy. And so I feel like this is that time. But that idea of like being a part of a community, again, I should probably not do my podcast and my Monday thing on the same days, because I just keep referencing my Monday thing now. But there is definitely something to what you're saying about a community. And I feel like community is thinning out as time passes, like real world community.
Yeah.
And I think based on some of my, so I didn't understand emotions until like the last like year. I didn't know much about them. Again, like I'm a pretty personable person.
Sure.
I get along. I know how to socialize.
Yep.
I am an introvert, and people see me on camera. This is a skill I practiced and mastered after doing it 100 days in a row on a live by myself in a car. Is how I started this. And doing sales letter breakdowns is another thing I did. But I am an introvert. I am very analytical. I'm very analytical and calculated. I'm not a feeling person. I'm a thinking person. So I started to learn about emotions basically this past year. The first time I ever experienced so emotions are essentially like a label for a bodily sensation. And did I ever tell you the story about the first time I had anxiety and I didn't realize I had anxiety?
I heard you tell the story. What's her name again? Donata.
Oh, Donata. Yeah. So recap.
Yep.
I thought I had asthma, and I went to the doctor and I said, I have asthma. I guess how late can asthma come on? Because I was like 26. And he was like, all right, well, tell me about your life. I was like, well, I just quit my job. I sold all my shit. I'm going to become a writer. And I have no fallback plan. He's like, you have anxiety. And I was like, nah, dude, I don't feel scared. He's like, no. I was like, I have no fear. There's no fear. I'm not worried about anything. I just can't breathe. And he was like,
did you go in because you couldn't take a deep breath?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
I thought it was asthma. That's what asthma was. So dude says, no, dude, you got anxiety. You need to fucking chill out. And I was like, I am chill. I don't feel uncomfortable. I just can't. If you could fix my chest problem, then I'd be good. Like for me, it was like a medical thing. Like I hadn't recognized that I was anxious.
Dude, I went through that. I went to the doctor. A doctor said I had asthma, and I said I don't have asthma. So I went to a new doctor, and he's like, "No, you don't have asthma." Sorry, I don't mean to derail the story. Very similar experience.
Yeah, there might be some sort of pitch about men's mental health in here somewhere. I don't know, but only emotion I'm familiar with is probably anger. So anyway, in the past year, I start sort of learning and recognizing expressions of emotion. There are things that I recognize I carry with me that I know I carry with me, and I've been trying to undo these. So I have read a lot of books about this topic. I read Letting Go by David Hawkins. I read Feeding Your Demons by, I forget her name. I read Breaking the Habit of Being Yourself by Joe Dispenza. I read Don't Believe Everything That You Think, which I forgot his name. Great books. And I say, oh, shit, something to this. So something I'm kind of coming to grips with right now, bringing it back to what you were talking about, community. I go to coffee shops and I work at a coffee shop until it closes, and I go to a cigar bar. I've never questioned it or thought about it until maybe like the last 24 hours that I think there's like internally something in me that is craving that sense of connection, but I haven't mindfully recognized it. I'm doing it out of instinct. I could putting myself in the middle of high traffic areas all day and then just still going about my regular routine. But I'm starting to, like you said, there was this little community that you had in the gym. And I think maybe I think that's like, I don't know what it is. I don't know if like it's a man thing. And I've been just like, I don't have emotions. I don't have feelings or thoughts. Like I just do work, right?
Yeah.
Like, and so I'm tapping into this a little bit, and I'm wondering, like, am I seeking out? I mean, look, I built the fucking copy squad, right? Am I looking for a community? Am I doing this and not like I'm doing it almost passively? Like I'm not consciously aware of I keep building communities and shit like that. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. But I mean, even like think about like, this and all the conversations we've had on the podcast. It's two people connecting, yeah, we're talking about work, but it's still like like it's a rise and fall. Like, oh, we're animated, like, hey, we're gonna get deep. Like those are different emotions, and going out and wanting to speak and chat and interact, even on like a very passive level, I think it's a pretty common.
You just pointed it out. This is how stupid I am. I didn't recognize. I just created a new YouTube channel solely dedicated to getting my thoughts out there and connecting with other people. There was no like obvious reason for why I did this. I just wanted to.
Sure.
And now it makes me question, why did I quote want to? Is there some like super subconscious shit is like, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Like compelling me.
Yes.
But just like I didn't recognize I had anxiety. I was like, I just can't breathe, bro. Like, are you looking for a sense of connection? I just want to start a podcast, bro. Yeah. And it's like, wait, no, you started a podcast to connect.
I mean, like, even think about how like a user is going to interact with this. Like your closest people, your biggest fans are going to listen to this. Like I remember experiencing this, like when I first got hooked up on like Joe Rogan. It's 2014. I was like, wow, I feel like this guy's my best friend because I listen to him for 3 hours a day and I know all his stories and all his shit. Like that, even though I was listening, built a connection with him. Right. So I always think there is like, I don't think people are meant to be alone. I think people are meant to experience things with people they care about. And like, when you start prioritizing life, like the things that mean the most to me are like when we travel and do stuff as a group. Like my wife and I are like, like, all right, well, we could take a honeymoon or we could bring 10 of our friends with us instead. I'm like, yeah, because that is like way better when we get everyone together. We go share a cabin somewhere with a bunch of people we care about. Like those are the things that matter. You get this, like this great sense of fulfillment from like, especially as I get older, like having like a deep, meaningful, purposeful conversation. Something to me, like having those things and going deep into like weird fucking topics is really fulfilling. Like those I think are very rare to have. Like you and a buddy out at a bar, it's not like surface level. Actually, one of the best dudes, some of the best conversations I ever have are with Alexander. Like weird shit. Dude, when we came to North Carolina, him and I sat at the same bar we got there at like 6 p.m. and then we left at like 2 a.m. and just sat there and just talked like deep.
Were you guys sitting on like the outside bar? Was that you two? And we were all like inside. And this is when Dan sort of threw up that whiskey shot. Was this that place?
This was in North Carolina. I don't even remember.
No, yeah. Wait, was it a WealthPress visit? Was it a WealthPress visit or was it a Fort Lauderdale trip?
It was Raleigh trip.
Raleigh? Oh, wait, you said North Carolina. Oh!
Yeah.
Oh, okay. North Carolina. I keep thinking Fort Lauderdale. North Carolina. Okay, I'm confusing my two states. Okay, yeah. I remember.
But either way, he is someone that, to build a good connection, have like deep, meaningful conversations. Like I always feel like after we chat or have a conversation on the phone or meet up in person, like I leave like buzzing and thankful because you go into these weird, like emotional things where you can express some things you may not say otherwise. And you have a good person who's empathetic on the other side, who can understand you and then communicate that back in another different way. Dude, he's one of the greatest. Like you're lucky that he's down there and you guys get to travel and have like these deep conversations. I think he's one of like the best and my favorite people to go into these different corners of like human emotion with.
He's probably I would say as deep as he said this to me, and I kind of echo it back to him, that he's probably the only person who will go with me on that deep of a philosophical level, who's read a lot of the similar shit that I've read and can go toe to toe with me on a Stoicism discussion, a philosophy discussion. It's weird because I can only sort of speak at high level, especially in a place like this podcast. Like I say stuff like I reject Stoicism in certain aspects. It's hard for a person who's only got a surface level understanding of what Stoicism is to take that. Like it would take me too long to unpack. But I think the best way I can summarize it is like there are things about controlling your mind and your locus of control that you can only control yourself and your reactions to external events. And I think that's the box it needs to stay in.
Sure. For you.
But yeah, for me, he's the only person that could, with a Socratic method of sorts, like sort of investigate further and ask like a pointed question and say something like, well, what about this aspect of Stoicism? And have a valid point or something to say.
Sure.
And I think that's a nice thing to sort of have. It's one of those things where like if you were a master copywriter and you want to talk copy and you're hanging out with a bunch of normies and nobody understands, dude, it's kind of rough out here. When I was talking I have a YouTube video on the Copywriter channel that I talk about the 4 things I'd look for in a hire. And I mentioned that if here's how you know you're cut out to be a copywriter is your friends are always rolling their eyes at you. Like your friends are always like, what the fuck is he talking about now? Like if they say that shit, you're probably geared up. You're probably halfway to being a copywriter.
Yeah. Dude, I was at a bachelor party a couple weeks ago. These are very close friends in my circle, though. And we were talking about something, and I was like, "Yeah, but that's not scalable." Like I was like, "That's not scaling." And I was like, they're like, you fucking. That's a very Rodney response, and you know what I mean? Like, so I get that, and it's weird. You know, my buddy's like telling me about his life, his new job. They just had a kid, and I'm just like dancing around this thing that I just like had a big win at my job and like
ask me about my job.
No, I'm not. Like he's like asking, but I'm trying to like explain it in a way where they're like not gonna think like you're an asshole, right? Like you can't talk like those type of things.
I just had this $2 million banger just banging out mad units,
bro. And they're like, sick, dude. I like high five. You know what I mean? Yeah, they just like, yeah, exactly. Like, all right, great job. You want to get over here? You know what I mean? So it's weird like that too, especially like when you kind of pour in like, you know, how's she doing? How's the baby? How's the birth? Was it fucking weird? Did you pass out? And you're going like all depth asking these questions. Then you get like this one like little minute like, hey, how's your life? And you're like, well, I just like to this. And like, great. And then it's like on to the next thing. Like, oh, it's a squirrel. So
it's kind of weird. I wonder if it's sort of like, you know, it fits in a box, a conversational box. What I mean by that is like it fits in the box of this is your job. So you say like, I don't know, let's pick something else. Electrician. All right. So let's say electrician. You say, how's life? And they go, great. We just wired up this fourplex. I had to do, they had concrete in there, so it was really difficult because of blah blah blah. And you're like, cool. Like to them, $1 million banging mad units, like 24-hour masterpiece launch is like cool.
Yeah. No, I mean, you're definitely not wrong there too. And I also find that like, someone with like a job, like they're not super into, they're also not going to come like unglued about like, oh, well, I sent 26 emails to this recruiter, you know what I mean? Like they're not going to go all in detail because like they're not super into it. Versus if you do something that you're proud of, that you like, you want to indulge on it just a little bit, and it's different in that regard.
Yeah, I think that's a double whammy, because in my world, one, I mean, I like, what? Honestly, I say I like talking. I was about to say I like talking about work. I've actually kind of gotten, dude. I might be having like I've been saying, I made a little joke. I'm getting ahead of my midlife crisis. I'm like getting ahead of it.
I heard that was funny.
I'm like, I don't want to talk about copy. That's kind of what I do all day.
Mhm.
And it's always the same. It's weird. It's like, and it's hard to talk about this without sounding like a prick, but like the beginner level questions, like those questions are just like mind numbing now. And then like the intermediate questions are fun because I know I can answer it and move the needle for someone. The advanced questions, maybe even more so. It's sort of like your flow state of like, a challenge. But the beginner questions, good. Talking just about, just shooting the shit about some of this shit is kind of just getting boring.
Mm-hmm.
But it's like, well, what am I going to shoot the shit about? It's like, well, I don't want to shoot the shit about work. I kind of like shooting the shit about really, like we've talked about, heavy philosophical, like what is life things.
Yeah. Yep.
And nobody wants to do that. Like nobody wants to go there. Like
I've been hearing your stuff lately about life is struggle and nice guys finish last. Some lady actually just sent that to me. She backed into my Jeep, said, "You know that saying, nice guys finish last? That's me." And I don't know. It's just kind of funny how those things cross paths. That's not something that I personally accept. But
she's a nice guy, or you're a nice guy?
No. She said she backed into my vehicle, so I was getting her insurance, and she's like just a down on her luck human, and so she was like, that old saying, nice guys finish last. She was like doing a favor for somebody else, which put her in the spot that she was in, where she backed into my car. So it's like.
That's not what that expression means.
Yeah, but that's where she was going with it, and
yeah.
But yeah, I've listened up before our convo because I knew we'd probably go down a kind of philosophical mindset. I think I don't know, as we kind of get in your 30s, like that becomes very prevalent. It's like I don't speak negativity. Like I just don't. Like I don't even like to joke about it. I joke with my wife about like a song. So like your brain can't tell the difference. Don't sing the lyrics. Your brain can't tell the difference. Don't put it out there.
Yeah, like I'm getting big on, like, I have removed the "I'm tired" expression from my lexicon for like basically this month. I kind of got really, like I think all this stuff is about curating your reality.
That's right.
I think
it is. And go ahead.
Nah, I'm gonna repeat some shit you probably already heard me say on a Monday thing. What are you gonna say?
I was just gonna say, I think like regardless of like where, like the things that not you in general, but as a person, you can accept or reject, and you can put them in a context that works for you. Like you can accept any phraseology that you want, and then you can translate that into a thing, kind of like you're doing with Stoicism. Like, I like this aspect, I don't like this aspect, and I'm going to accept this for this meaning, but not this. You said something like, I do fucking yoga and weird shit. And, she's like, I am enough. You're like, you know what? Like, you don't accept that, right? Like, I'm not, as someone who's a go-getter, like, I'm not. I think that also can have a different meaning to someone else. And how they choose to accept that. But it's all in the guise of creating your own mental reality that works for you. So whether someone's full-blown stoicism, or you take pieces of it, or you're all in, and you could still apply that and be fucking Tim Ferriss, you know what I mean? Like, I'm sure he probably translates some of those things maybe a little bit differently than you do, where all of it works for him. Where you're like, I only want this piece.
Yeah. So I'm a little bit more, I don't want to say critical. I want to say something like, it's almost like aggressive. Like, critical is a close word. Diligence is too soft. I'm a lot more like skeptical, like aggressive about how I interpret these things. I'm more aggressive. It's going to hit me after the podcast is over and I can't go back and say the word.
But I feel like I am picking up what you're trying to lay down based on the fact that I've worked with you in copy and how you view the words, where it like makes sense to me, even if you don't have the right word to say that, like how you interpret or are critical down to the individual word of what it means.
Yeah. Man, I wish I could think of the word that I want to use. It's something like skeptical, scrutiny. That's what it is. I think I come with more scrutiny is the word I'm looking for. So all right, this is the kind of shit I like to unpack. So nice guys finish last. Did you say you don't accept nice guys finish last? You didn't accept where that woman was going with that phrase?
I don't accept the phrase in general, right? I think it's like, but that's my interpretation, which is different than yours.
Right. And I think that's what it is what it ends up being is someone thinks I'm espousing being a dick.
Yes, which you're not.
What I'm espousing is don't be a doormat. And I think where I get this concept is the very toxic nice guy syndrome from Robert Glover's book, No More Mr. Nice Guy. Nice guys are kind of a plague. They make the whole world suck. And look at simping. Okay. Simping is a new word for nice guy syndrome. Simping is like, it's bad for the whole world. It's bad for the whole world. Nobody wins when people simp. Everybody loses.
Right.
I was out at the bar with some dudes, and a girl gave me a verbal jab, and my boy's standing there, and in true simp fashion, he's like, oh, she got you. And it's like, bro, you don't even know this chick's name. Like, what are you doing? Like, you've already thrown me under the bus, like, because some broad said something like half clever, like that he heard the last couple words of. That's simping. It's like, ooh, I can win her favor. That's a nice guy move. I can win her favor by siding with her in this moment.
Sure.
But if I'd have got her, or like they wouldn't gang up on her. You know, it's just like, it's that kind of shit. It's like that simping makes the whole world worse. So that kind of shit, that nice guy shit, being a doormat, being like, yeah, like that kind of stuff. Nice guys finish last. Like,
I definitely think that life is easier when you advocate for yourself and not others, because when someone advocates for others on behalf of others, I feel like it muddies scenarios. Like, it's being the nice guy, you know what I mean? Like, trying to do the thing, but it often makes a situation worse.
Before simping, it was white knighting, right? Before we called it simping, we called it white knighting, right? Like, we're doing what you're describing. I'm going to advocate on them them behalf of them.
Yeah.
Like, dude, stay in your fucking lane and just worry about you, dude. Like, it's the nice guy thing. Again, I also
want to just quick whip in. I feel like decisions don't get made very well. It's like, oh, well, where should we eat tonight? And you got like 5 people. No one wants to make the decision because they want to be the nice guy. So like the one dude always has to make the decision on behalf of the group. It's because everyone's like trying to be nice and doesn't want to like impose on the scenario, like that type of shit.
But see, if they would just look out for themselves and say, I want a cheeseburger.
And everyone else would be like, yeah, fucking cheeseburger place, let's go.
Yeah. So again, when I use the nice guy thing, it is in the context of Dr. Robert Glover's No More Mr. Nice Guy book. And very toxic psychological issue that is nice guy syndrome. It's bad. It's just like it's bad. So that's nice guys finish last. That's the context for nice guy. Those people finish last. They are people without boundaries. They're people without a backbone. They will do anything to please anybody. They'll say, and here's the thing, they're manipulative and they're liars. They'll say whatever someone wants to hear because they don't actually have their own moral code of ethics or values. They'll try to just keep the peace at the expense of like just speaking their truth.
What was the first one you said? That I felt
they're manipulative.
Back like 3 more things.
Woof. All right. So
you said they're manipulative. It was like one of it was like before they don't have a backbone. Oh shit.
Oh man, it'd be great if someone in the audience could help out. We got this chat has been very very calm. Not a very active chat this time.
I felt like that summed it up very well. Like they don't advocate for themselves type of thing.
Yeah, they're bad. Nice guys finish last, and a lot of the reasons that they finish last is because again, they're people pleasing, they're manipulators so that they don't have to have any discomfort.
Sure.
The core. Okay, this is helping me unpack it. The core of the nice guy problem. I said they're liars. I think is probably what I said. They're liars. Like the core of the nice guy problem is they don't want discomfort, and so what they do to have a smooth life is, well, they say whatever someone wants to hear. So that way they don't have to experience any possible rejection or friction, and therefore. They just cause problems. If everyone were honest, it would fix things, and they would get ahead. And anyway, so nice guys finish last. The "you are enough" thing. I think I understand where it's coming from, but again, if you're just throwing that phrase around, it just like it reeks too much of complacency, and you probably really, maybe you shouldn't celebrate your mediocrity. Like I can say, I'll give you an example. I'll use the gym thing. So at the gym, when I made it my mind to just try to make contact with people at the gym, not have a conversation, there's a big difference there. At first, I was trying to have a conversation, and I was like, I can't do this. It's too much pressure to have a full-ass conversation. What am I going to say?
Yeah.
I think that's the cycle most people get wrapped up in. I was at the coffee shop today. I got a news story I haven't said in this fucking podcast yet. So today, I dropped off my car to get washed. It started raining. I wanted to get the inside detailed because someone asked me, why did you drop your car off? It was raining. I was like, because I wanted to get the shit inside done. Well, they shut down the whole car wash. They locked my key to my car inside, and they didn't tell me. So I Ubered out to go pick up my car when no one was picking up the phone. And then I was like, fuck, it's closed. I had to Uber home to get my key. And then I had to get the Uber to take me back to the car wash, like my spare key to get the car. Afterwards, I said, I'm going to get myself a pumpkin spice latte. Fuck this shit. I want some pumpkin spice. So I went to the coffee shop. I got pumpkin spice latte. There's a girl right in front of me. She orders. She goes, sits down. I order, and I follow to. There's like these high top tables. She's sitting at one side. I sit at one side, and I go up and I say, "What's up?" And she says, "Oh, not much. I slept in today because I had the day off." And I was like, "Oh, that sounds nice." And she said, "Yeah, I slept till 2 p.m." And I was like, 2 p.m.? Notice we're engaged in a conversation.
Yeah.
And so she tells me that she teaches tennis, plays tennis. She says, I play tennis. I guess my body just needed it. I was like, how many months straight have you played tennis without any sleep? And she's like, my whole life. And I was like, oh, that makes sense. So then she said, well, I told her my story about the car. She said, well, I'm glad you at least got your pumpkin spice latte. And she left. Now, why does that matter? It's something similar that happened to me when I was trying the gym thing. When I went to tell this one girl on Saturday, I wanted to make contact. I didn't want to pick her up, get her number. I don't want to take her on a date. I want to fall in love. I just want to make contact. I'm trying to teach myself, just make contact with other people. I know I'm so fucking robotic and stupid when it comes to this shit, right? So I'm like, just make contact with other human carbon-based organisms. So I say to the chick on
It has to be
Saturday,
a
I
chick.
said,
Could have been a dude.
huh?
Did it have to be a chick?
No.
Okay.
No. Because remember, like, a lot of my stories have been about the dudes I was talking to as well today.
Okay.
My new squad. I got a new gym squad. So anyway, this just happened to be a girl I saw on Saturday. I was like, hey, I just see her Monday through Friday too. I was like, hey, I see you getting that Saturday workout in. I respect it. I think that's exactly what I said. And she was like she immediately commenced to giggling hardcore. She's like, it was like really intense giggling, like flustered giggling, and like, thanks. And here's the switch, the turning point, the you are enough moment. This is where the you are enough thing, like being outcome independent and not having an agenda. All these expressions come wrapped up here. Her response was overtly positive, and I kind of just like, okay, I did what I came to do, and I kept walking. Like, if my like objective was to like get something out of it, right? Which would come from a place of need and neediness. Like, I didn't feel like when my objective was to make contact, I had achieved that goal. And I was like, cool, we're done here.
It didn't matter what happened after you said whatever you said. Yeah.
Yeah. So I was cool walking away. And I think this is where most people screw up, and they come up with these lines like, you are enough, be outcome independent, and be yourself, and whatever the other fucking one was I say. Like, don't go in going for a reaction. Like, there was one other thing I said about like not trying to get an outcome or something. But that's when it clicked for me. Oh, this is what they mean when they say outcome. Like, I did when I had the objective to have a conversation, I would have stayed. I'd have planted my feet and then like engaged her in conversation. Mm-hmm. And I recognized my feet didn't plant, and I just kept walking. And so if I had to share what that feeling would be, I could summarize it as you are enough. Like, oh, I don't need to sit here and win her over. I don't need to sit here and like do all this extra bullshit. And I can understand that. But I feel like in general context, it's almost like dangerous. It like almost encourages being just you, and you might suck. You might be fucking shit. You might suck.
Yeah.
So I see both sides of it, because I experienced that sensation. The other time I experienced it was when I was in Peru. And when I was in Peru, dude, everywhere I went, I was the dude, because I was like, there was not many gringos where I was staying. I was not in a tourist, like I was not sitting in a tourist attraction.
What did you say about that? You said that was the first time in your that was the first time in your life you had felt enough. Yeah.
Yep. But I was accepted wherever I went.
But that is also outcome specific. Had they not treated you that way, you wouldn't have felt that way.
I think that's another important thing that I said this morning on the podcast is in the self-improvement space, they're not the whole you are enough. They're teaching you a lot of inner game stuff, like how to get your mind right, accept yourself, be happy, meditate, do all that. And then you do all this stuff. David Goggins says, like, disappear for a year and hustle. I'd seen this YouTube video pop up 1,000 times. Disappear for a year and hustle. Don't talk to nobody. Then you come out of your cave. You're a chiseled Adonis, Chad, super freak, monster, academic, scholar of a beast.
But no one fucking
and you
cares.
Go ahead. And no one fucking cares. No one gives a fucking shit. And so, like, the piece that's missing from all this shit is the fact that all this is like the outside world does give you the feedback if you're enough or not. You know, like it does, and it matters. So I think the shift that you could make is sort of that outcome independence, where you kind of take it back. So like the girl at the coffee shop, I did not mean to engage her in conversation, was the kind of point I was trying to say. I didn't really know if I meant to interact with her at all, but it had become like a habit from the gym to just say hi.
Yeah.
And I think that's useful help in having that sort of demonstration, and that I can try to share it like that. But when someone just says like, you are enough, you don't have to, you go up and talk to that hot girl because you are enough. And it's like, there's all these other little pieces. That's all I'm saying. There's all these other little pieces.
There
Like,
is. But I definitely think like the thing is like no one does fucking care. Like said, like if you care and like you feel good about it, like sick. If she laughs and like walked away, sick. If she said something else, sick. If she said, "Ah, you're fucking weird," sick. Like it's all fine. Like it's all fine. Like doesn't matter. Like you did your thing. Like you know, even the David Goggins thing. Like all right, go away for a year. Like cool, come back, sick. Like it's fine. It doesn't actually matter. It just is, you know? And so and I think when you adopt like that, like mindset, like it just is, like those, like, I don't know, shit doesn't like fuck with you as much. Like, all right, well, I don't care that I made this post and no one liked it, or like, I don't care that this thing happened. It just is that, like, I actually, you've said this, like, it's not good or bad. It just is. It's what the fuck word did you use? But you'd say that, and like that's it. And like, and if all outcomes in life are like that, it just is. Like, you are enough can be used for something in that regard. Like, all right, you did it. You showed up today. Great.
Mhm.
You didn't. Great. Now, depending on like where you stand, maybe aspirationally, like
There's the rub. There's the rub. I was hoping you would bring it up somehow.
but
Like,
that's what I'm saying. Like it depends where you stand. For some people, I would say most people, that is okay. If you're aspirational in any regard, maybe it's physically, maybe it's monetarily, maybe it's socially, then it isn't. And that's okay too. I think just basically commencing in yourself, or like, I said I was going to do this thing and I did it. The outcome doesn't actually matter. Like I said I was going to do it, I did it. That can be enough, right? And then maybe it improves the next time, right? Like whatever that outcome that maybe you hoped for.
so I think, well, I'm glad you brought up the aspiration thing. So, for instance, think of this. Like, I have to put you in the hot seat. You're a dude who makes a clean 6 figures. You're married, no debt. This is my gripe with the Marcus Aurelius position. I said this to Donata. I said Marcus Aurelius was the emperor of Rome. Yes, he had struggles. Yes, he had, but there wasn't much that he needed for, right? Like, so for instance, a lot of these people seeking this advice, big one, relationships. The reason all this stuff with Andrew Tate is picking up isn't just because, like, I wish people would get more objective in their views of these things. Why? Ask why. Why does he have so much reach? Why are so many people jumping on board? Why are so many people follow him so zealously? He's touched a nerve that apparently really, really resonates with his audience. Like, they don't just do this. It isn't just about the cars. He's speaking to things that they feel are true. Like when you do that, like these dudes who feel overlooked and neglected and like they're not enough. They've never had a girlfriend and they're fucking 19 years old or whatever. Like they've never been kissed. Like, and Andrew Tate comes out and says like, well, that's because, only the top 1% actually get any attention or something like that. Like, and they say, okay, I've got to get better. And how do I get better? And it's like, well, the way to do that is to understand that, you are enough. So that's where, again, like I say, Stoicism, I think needs to sort of sit in a box. And I mean, this is my view on September 26, 2022, and it'll evolve because a year ago, I'd have told you Stoicism is the way, it'll solve all your problems. But at that time, my life was very different as well. I had things that I don't have now, and I didn't have things that I do have now. And I had a different view about, like you say, like aspirations. What is it that you're looking for? If you're trying to acquire anything in life, I feel like there's a romanticism with acceptance and surrender. And as a matter of fact, the Letting Go book I read by David, a lot of these books are about surrender and then it'll come to you. Like just surrender and it'll manifest and like that kind of shit,
Yeah. Dude, I love the term romanticism. Like I think everything's fucking romanticized. Like Andrew Tate, his message romanticized. Like, oh well, if I can just do these things, then, I'll be enough. I'll get the car, I'll find the girl, whatever. Like, I think everything is romanticized. I think having, the want of having kids is fucking romanticized. Maybe not be the popular opinion, but like, oh my God, like I just, we want to have kids. And it's like, all right, well, then you talk to a mom like 18 months in and she hasn't slept and showered and like just like the highlight of her day is like having a Starbucks. And that's obviously just my opinion, but I just using it for the example that I think everything is romanticized and heightened. And like, I almost think like the best way is like, dude, like, it's like focus on your own shit, like focus on yourself, what you want. Like, I don't know. I've never experienced a time where like I wasn't, I mean, that's not entirely true, but like, I haven't had like those things that like I needed to discover, fucking Andrew Tate or like, I don't know. Like, I didn't even know who he was. I heard you saying Top G. I was like, who is this fucking guy? Some dude sent me a video. I was like, I gotta wake up and be the man. Like, you know what? I can totally get down with that. That's positive self-talk. Like fucking the first thought that you, as anyone in life living, if you're a dude and you got some ambition, you should wake up and tell yourself you are the man. Don't wake up and say today is going to be a great day. You wake up and say today is a great day. Then you fucking make it a great day. If you get a flat tire on the way to work or you fucking spill your oatmeal or whatever, you just look at that and you don't let it rattle your cage. And so, one thing in this whole positive, weird mindset thing that I've been going to is like things that used to like piss me off or get a reaction or like something weird, like those things don't. Like I just, you tell yourself, like that's where this like this positive self-talk comes. I literally wake up every day. So like, today's a great day. I'm up. I'm going to fucking kill it. I'm going to have a great day at work. I'm going to have a good lift. And you just like plant those things, there's that weird saying, like plant the seeds and so shall you reap or whatever the fuck some fancy guy said, but you do that and it works. And it kind of sets the context for your day. And so even like as a young person, like those things didn't, I don't know, whether the girl talked to me or not, or whether you always hit the home run or you don't, like, I don't know. It's just different. I believe in like building yourself up and no one's going to toot your own horn. No one's going to toot your horn for you. You fucking might as well do it yourself, something like that.
Yeah. I think, I wonder if this stuff, like, of course your position now factors in, but I wonder if you could have achieved this same sort of mental space when you were, say, your first month in as a junior with me when we were at WealthPress, or did it have to come after you had all this, like, you've got your shit together,
So I actually glad you bring this up. So one reason I was confident coming in the job is because I already dealt with this high stress job. It was like fires 24/7. I was like, I felt like my stress tolerance to handle like derailments every fucking time I opened my eyes was great. I've been so used to them as a walk in their park. Like, oh, well, fucking someone got their arm chopped off. I'm like, all right, well, let me get the tourniquet. Let's do this. No big deal. Right. So I thought that I had this high tolerance built up for coming into copywriting. Couldn't have been any more wrong. Way different type of stress. I handled it different. My body handled it different. What I even during at the time knew is that it's going to take some time for me to be able to adapt to these type of things and being able to handle it with more grace. Because right now I'm not handling it with grace. It rattles my cage. It gets me. I get frustrated, mad. I'm pissed. It took me some time to like recalibrate my ability to do that. And that was a really eye-opening thing for me because when I started, I thought mentally and emotionally, I was pretty sound to handle those things. Couldn't have been any more wrong. When those things happen, especially like when the feedback starts coming and stuff, like, yep, couldn't have been any more wrong. But what I think happens is what helped it was knowing that at some point I would be able to recalibrate for this like new level of stimulus that I thought that I could handle. That makes sense.
No, I love that. I'm glad you admit. I love that expression, like handle it with grace. I feel like there are times in my life where I get rattled, like you said, and it makes me feel like I'm like a toddler trying to explain his feelings.
Yeah.
Whenever I get rattled, I feel like ashamed of. I feel embarrassed. I feel like I'm not handling this with grace. I think that's a great way to explain it. I want to handle this like a pimp. I want to handle this like a straight top G. I want, whenever some shit like this comes away, I want to be that dude that people are like, wow, I can't believe you handled that like such a man. Like,
The thing is, I don't think you can get to that point without fucking it up first and not handling it with grace, and then realizing, shit, I could have done this better. So now you're a little bit more aware of like, dude, what fucking helps me like a ton. I used to like really pride myself on like just like willpower and discipline,
mhm.
and um, like, all right, well, I'll guess I'll go, 5 months without a drop of alcohol, or won't have a carb, or won't have a fucking apple. Like I was really good at doing those things. As I've gotten older, I'm not as strong as it, but as what's helped me is like thinking about scenarios. Like I'm going to go to my friend's house. They're going to have pizza there, and I'm not going to have the pizza. I'm going to think about that before I engage in that environment. Right.
Mhm.
So then when I get into that environment, I've thought about it consciously. So it's like, no, I'm good on the pizza. You know what I mean? So the same thing, it's like, all right, some shit is going to hit the fan today. Someone's going to ask me something that I don't want to do, or something weird is going to happen. I'm going to back into a car. I'm going to be aware that these things could happen. And then I'm going to handle it better than I would have, because it's like the expectation. Your expectation wasn't there. So when you have it, you react poorly. I started picking up on this thing when I managed people. If I told them at 1:00, we'd have to stay until 6:00, they'd be fine with it. If I told them at 4:40, at 4:50, when their expectation was to leave at 5:00, that we'd have to stay till 6, they'd be fucking pissed because their expectation was already set. So what I basically try to do is pre-plan some expectation that's going to get messed up. So then when it does happen, I can handle the scenario with grace. But the only way I was able to kind of arrive at this kind of destination was by like doing it wrong so many times before. And the transition from, where I used to work to here was like, okay, cool. I can handle stress. And I was like, I got here. I was like, no, I can't. I am ill-equipped for where I'm at right now. And every day is this new emotional roller coaster. But even at the time, I was like, at some point, I'll build up a tolerance where I can handle this better.
I think something about that, like in Principles by Ray Dalio. You read that?
I have, yeah.
He talks one
A
of those
long time
phrases.
ago. Yeah.
Yeah, you might remember this as like a key theme. Another one of those. You know that phrase? Another one of those. So in Principles, it is like that. Like he's talking about there's really no unique problems. Once you've kind of experienced enough, you start to see everything as another
Yeah.
one of those. And here are the principles that
Yeah.
to follow. And I wonder then, this idea of handling things with grace. Do you or do we ever actually handle anything with grace? Or, like, help me label this. I want to label this. Do we actually handle anything with grace, or have we had enough repetitions and experience that we have an absence of panic?
I think that maybe seems more, I don't know, logical.
So,
It seems more in line. I'll say this is what I'm about to say is really fucking stupid. The other
mhm.
day, I made oatmeal, and I turned around and the bowl slipped out of my hands. I caught the bowl, before it hit the ground, but I also spilled all the oatmeal all over the floor. And my normal first reaction is like get super pissed, like fucking, because I don't want to spend the time to clean it up because I have better things to be doing, right?
Yeah.
In this case, like I just was like, I kind of looked on the floor and I laughed, and then I actually grabbed my phone and I took a picture of it and I sent it to our group chat, and I made some like stupid ass joke, and then really silly, whatever. But like my wife came home. And I was like, dude, I spilled that oatmeal. I didn't even freak out. She's like, wow, like big improvement, right? And like those are just those things of me, like if something gets derailed, I'm thinking of it beforehand so I don't react poorly when it happens. So that helps. Or maybe I've done it so many times where it doesn't. But I definitely find actively thinking about shit that and how you respond. Like again, the pizza thing's a stupid example. right?
Mhm.
Like, okay, I'm doing right now. I'm trying to be diligent with my diet. Like, I don't want to eat pizza. I'm going to consciously tell myself I'm not going to. So when it gets offered to me, I can easily say no.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
I like that because, well, I mean, now we have a question of stakes, and not like T-bone steaks, but like what are the stakes with the oatmeal? So like when you're in the copy thing and it's stressing you out, the stakes feel like life or death genetically, almost at a genetic level. Like this
Mhm.
is my survival, and if I cannot be competent at this, then I will die.
That's right.
So, I mean, one of the examples that I can give is I had a client. We had a guru mid project. We're talking about we're submitting draft for review.
Mm.
180 on his position. Oh, we just had another thing like that. We just had a whole finished project where we couldn't do something very critical. This is the very following project. Couldn't do something critical, and we had to rewrite the whole thing. So anyway, let's talk about the guru 180. Well, how do I? Somebody was quite upset about this, and I was not. And it appeared to the outside that I had handled this with grace. But really, it is probably more of a factor of I've had so many gurus like in the
Mhm.
last minute just fuck everything up that my brain said, here we go again. And I was able to say, okay, well, listen, we want to make sure we want to, we want to present this promotion authentically in your voice and make sure we capture exactly as what you want. And I know how to, I know how to have this conversation.
Mhm.
So it looks like I'm handling it with all this grace and poise. Like, wow, look at. And it's just like whenever I speak copy, and someone's like, "Wow, how'd you do that?" It's like, bitch, I've been doing this for years. Like, I just do it. It's not that I have grace. It's that I just know what to do in this moment. Again, like the Brazilian jiu-jitsu example, where someone's like, "You're dead." Like, there's no way, dead to rights. You're done, and they get out of it, and you're like, "Wow, how'd you do this?" Like, I've been doing this for years. Like, is that how grace comes?
I actually think both both like sometimes when you freak out, you do it like right, like you don't mean to. It's just that's your guttural reaction. So I actually think both of those probably hold some type of value. And what you're saying about the guru is very similar to my old job. Like truck would break, like someone would get into this big accident, truck would break down. They'd go, oh my God, what are we gonna do? I was like, all right, well, this is step number one. We're gonna get the trailer off. Like, right, I had done that thing where we'd had to repower a load or some other stupid shit, like so many times. Like to your sales rep who sold the load, it's their first time, they're in full panic. To me, it looks again like I'm handing it grace, but I've just solved that problem enough times. I could definitely just say that the difference, at least in my mind, is that I like when you do it that many times and you've had a guru shit on you, like it's normal. So that doesn't rattle your cage. So you're just like, all right, well, I know how to handle this. Versus like accidentally dropping an oatmeal and normally I'd be like, fuck this, fuck everything. And it's just like, oh well, that was kind of funny, and let's like make light of the situation. I think that the thing is that maybe one is less expected than the other, right? Like
Mm.
you have seen guru backouts more times than you can count. So it's kind of an expected potential outcome in your brain versus like, I don't know, smashing your cell phone by accidentally dropping it on the cement. And maybe that's happened a lot too. I don't know. But like the way that one is a little bit maybe more unexpected than the other. And so how you handle the unexpected event might be the difference versus I've done this so many times versus maybe I've just have a better outlook on my emotions at the moment. I don't know.
Yeah, I think there is probably something to be said about it being a little bit of both. I think there is. You can sort of. This is why I read that book, Breaking the Habit of Being Yourself, is I want to reprogram my unconscious
Mm-hmm.
dispositions and reactions. Like you
Yeah.
said, like unconsciously, I spilled oatmeal, I drop F bombs.
Mm-hmm.
I go, God damn
That's it. Like
it.
that's literally it. That is it.
Yeah. So I think there's two things there. Like it really is like awareness. And so like whenever you're seeing anger appear there, I think you probably get frustrated by both, but like in one you go to like solution mode. Like,
Mhm.
okay, I don't have time to get angry. I have to figure out how to fix this. Like I think that's really interesting stuff. You read the book Breaking the Habit of Being Yourself, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Did you do any of those crazy meditations that he has at the end?
Yeah. Have you ever, that one where you try to fill the box with water or fill the room
You
with
fill
water?
the room with water. Yeah, I've done it like 3
Oh,
times now.
yeah, it's hard. Yeah, it's like that type of shit takes like practice. Like your mind, like my mind would wander for like this much water, and I would try to start over, but that's like that's like the thing. Like meditation is having an interruption and then reverting back to your breath or the water box or
Do
water
you
room.
really like, okay, say your mind wandered. Mine wanders pretty regularly. You're able to pull that, like, because in order to be a writer and like perform deep work, you have to have some sort of mastery of your brain a little bit in that regard, right?
Yeah. So they basically, it's not pulling it back, it's just noticing, right? Like you notice that your brain is wandering, and then you shift from like, it's like, all right, this weird memory popped in my head. Okay. I consciously recognize that it popped in there. And now I'm just going to go back to, focusing on, the breath in my nose, or I'm going to go back to trying to fill the room up with water.
Yeah, I go
That's,
back to the water.
yeah.
So it's something I want to talk about here. I'm glad because you're like the only person who's both read it and actually tried it. So something I thought was interesting. 2 points. One's about the duration of the meditation and the idea that to do anything really, you got to really do it. And the second thing is actually the experience that I had at the 20-minute mark. So the first one was like, I started doing this and I was like, a hockey player, he doesn't practice for 10 minutes to become like a prolific hockey player or have a breakthrough or become a better hockey player, right? You know what I mean? He doesn't practice for 10 minutes. He has to practice for like at least an hour.
Mm-hmm.
I now sort of see meditation as a craft in the way that I see rock climbing, in the way that I see Muay Thai, in the way that I see dancing, in the way that I see copywriting. I now see meditation as a craft thing that I can get better at.
That's right.
And in order to do almost anything and approach it in that way where we have an actual improvement, I sort of appreciate now how it can take an hour.
Yeah.
Okay, that was the first thing I wanted to say is like I had like this weird aha moment like, oh, meditation isn't just something you do for 10 minutes. Not if you actually want to make a real change to your like brain.
That I've told you about this a long time ago, that Calm app, he'll call it a mental bench press. So when you're basically your mind wanders, you notice it wanders, and then you come back to your meditation. That's a mental bench press. And the frequently you do that, the better you get at it, the longer duration you can basically go without your brain wandering. I don't know if you've stopped and started meditate, like you meditated for a long, 30 days, you didn't meditate for 30 days. What you'll notice is that your brain's tendency to wander off is more frequent than when you were doing it every day for, X amount of days or whatever that might be.
I think there's a bit of memory, like muscle memory to that, like your brain being a muscle. One of the things I think is crazy because I've been lifting since I was like 16, like free weight lifting, and I'll take breaks, and I think it's amazing. It blows my mind how quickly my body responds. I can be off for like a month, and when I get back in, it just like goes back to lifting shape so quickly.
Yep.
Like this is where it wants to be. It wants to be in that state that it's been in for the last like decade.
That's muscle memory. That's why they say it's like, all right, well, if you've had it and you lost it, it's in terms of muscle, like it's quite easy to get that back.
It's crazy to me because I'm going through it right now. Like I had like a big break and I'm like, I can't believe that this is I'm progressing this quickly. I thought it was going to take a lot longer. I think it really is just like it just wants to return back to the state that it's been for like the last decade. But the other part that I thought was really interesting about this meditation. So he has like a step by step, like week 1, week 2, week 3, week 4. And I went ahead. I'm like in week 2. So you have the induction period where you fill the room with water, and you have the acknowledgement period where you say, hey, this sucks about me and I want to get rid of it. And something I recognized whenever we reach the end of the 20 minutes, a little ding goes off in the meditation. I saw like what he meant about accessing your subconscious. I get very impatient during the water shit. I'm like 20 minutes. I got to listen to him tell me a room's filling with water.
Mhm.
It's over your toes.
Yeah.
It's over your ankles. It's over
Yeah.
your shins. But when we do, like, it's like right on cue. Like when he finally does say, okay, like the thing goes ding, and now he says, now we're gonna, like, there's a light in you, and we're gonna, it
Mhm.
wants you to be happy and blah blah blah, and like whatever he says next. Like when he gets there, I can sort of feel like all the things that he wanted, like the weightlessness, and like there seems to be like a different feeling inside
Yeah. Yep.
my brain.
Yeah.
I mean, as I've already demonstrated on this call, I am not in touch with my body and emotions and feelings very good. Like I don't have a hard, like, super electric connection there.
Sure.
But I can sense, like, I feel like whenever the words are being spoken and that second part at the 21-minute mark or whatever, they're not just like hitting my ears like normal words and sounds. It feels like they're sort of going in like deeper.
Sure.
And I thought that was kind of neat because I've read all the woo woo stuff. I'm a self improvement junkie.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, I've tried a lot of the different techniques and stuff, but this is one where I was like, there might be something to this shit. I don't know. Do you ever get that feeling as well? Or is that just like me,
No,
having a placebo effect?
no, I don't think so, man. There's two experiences that I can reference that drastically changed how I feel and my outlook. And one is when you finish a yoga class, you basically lay there for like 5 minutes. She says some woo-woo stuff. They do some stuff. You wake up. Like, it actually sucks to do yoga in the morning because you're so chill after that, right? Like you can't, like you've got this weird cosmic high. So that is one thing, and she'll do some stuff like she'll say you are enough, like all these other kind of things, but your body just like literally just goes this like ultra relaxed, hard to replicate in any other scenario. Like you wish that you could lay in bed at night and feel this way while at the same time you're laying on this hard ass floor with this thin ass mat, right? You wish you could be that relaxed for any amount of time. And that has a very profound effect post after your day. That is when I noticed like I'm calm mist. The other thing is for a while I was doing, those deprivation tanks where you float and shit.
Mm-hmm.
I was doing that pretty frequently. There's a float lab where I live, and I was going there. What I would notice was meditating at the time. The more frequently I did it, the more quickly I would reach like this state where, granted, my eyes are closed in the tank, but I'm like seeing like vibrant colors. Like this is woo-woo shit. People are like, oh, like you see colors and shit. Like, no, this is real. Like you're seeing like purples and oranges and swirling, but you're all in the dark, and you do this thing, and your body just hits this really intense stage of relaxation, and you're in there for an hour. And if you don't have if you have shitty patience, I don't have great patience. I've never had great patience. I have shitty patience. But when you can actually like unplug and like be able to go through this process of just like having your body like go this like really chill thing, I noticed that the more frequently I did it, the more quickly I would hit the state where it's like amazement. I can't even like describe it. It's not like, 4th of July, like 4th of July in your face, but it's these crazy colors, and you're just in there, and you're floating, and your body just goes into this like ultimate state of like peace that I've never experienced outside of those two things. Now that isn't quite the same as like, I can feel words penetrating my subconscious, which I do believe in, but those are two things where I think that you can just kind of like really suppress outer world stuff, and your body can just like be at the utmost peace with itself where nothing like matters. It's really crazy.
That's interesting. I think I'm chasing those kinds of things. Like I've had because I'd say in the last couple months I have made proactive decisions to sort of like break up my routine. There is something, call it the cosmic or universe, or there is some sort of pull that is pulling me to, I'm not sure what yet, but it's like pushing me and pulling me in all these weird directions. Like I think I experienced like my one of the few recognizable feelings of euphoria
Yeah.
was 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 when I was doing a dance. I learned how to do salsa and bachata, and I went to a salsa night, and me and one of the girls from class, we danced the whole song. We danced bachata, and when it was finished, I was like overwhelmed with joy,
Yeah.
and it was like because I had danced and I've always avoided dance floors my whole life. And I just danced an entire song bachata. Like that's great. So I was just like intense, hugging her, hugging my dance instructor. And I didn't do anything, but I wasn't a good dancer. It was like my first like month of dance class. And I remember I went to the bar and I threw both my hands in the bar, and the bartender came over. She put both her hands in mine, and I said the most fucking woo-woo shit I ever said in my life to like someone just out of nowhere. I said, I just want to be connected to you. And she started, oh, like she was like, that's the fucking nicest thing anyone's. And I was like, I don't know why I said that. It's not in my vocabulary or lexicon list of words,
Yeah.
but that was like a state of like pure ecstasy. And it was like I had tapped into something like fucking what do you call it? Ethereal, ephemeral, like
Yeah.
something like just
Yes.
something in otherworldly
Yes.
shit.
Dude, like those and like those things are hard to replicate, but so powerful when it happens. Like those are the things that have like this big impacting thing on your life, but also set you down this journey to like get more of that.
Yeah, it was kind of cool because again, like someone who's sort of stilted in that way, like I
Sure.
don't have extreme highs or extreme lows.
Sure.
Um, that was like a wild ride for me. Like I was like, holy shit.
Yeah.
Uh, one thing I'll tell you was funny. You said that thing about yoga. Like this was a low. I remember in 2000, I want to say 13, I went on a date with a girl. She took me to yoga. She took me to hot yoga for a date. She took me like dudes
Mm,
supposed to say to chicks, right? But she wanted to go to hot yoga together. And it was like our second or third time hanging out. And I was like, sure. And I remember at the end, first off, I just wasn't mentally ready for yoga. I was just like, what the fuck am I doing?
dude,
So at the
hot yoga is super fucking. Yoga is hard, really
yeah,
hard.
but at the end, whenever we were doing the thing where you're talking about, they were just doing these affirmations, dude. That this might be like unpacking like mental trauma or something. Like everything. Like by the time I left there, I was furious. Like I was so angry because she kept telling me like basically the shit that you're saying. And it was like the you are enough, like
Mhm,
you are gratitude, you
mhm,
are this. And I was so dissatisfied with my life. I think I was an accountant at the time. I don't even know if I quit
mhm.
accounting yet. And she was telling me like all these fucking positive affirmations that I innately rejected inside my
Yeah.
stomach.
Yep.
And I was like, you you're only reminding me of everything I hate about my life. Everything that came out of her mouth, like just reminded me how much I hate existing. And I just remember like that shit burned into me. I remember leaving that room. I don't remember what she said. I just remember the feeling. And I was like, I'm never doing this shit ever again. Things are different now. I mean, 10 years later, I'm not an accountant, not in
Mhm.
a role that I hate. I'm definitely pursuing more of my passions and all that shit.
Wh-
But
What you're
there's
what you're saying too reminds me of like when you're not the best version of yourself. Like
Mhm.
you're put under some stresses that make you the shitty version of yourself. So like you weren't open to accept whatever type of messages that those were. Like you, no matter what was going to happen, they were going to be rejected. It's like when I say, "Hey, I put under this weird stress and anxiety," like even things that should feel joyful and happy don't because of how my internals feel. So like
Mhm.
I'm not ready to have that piece of joy or accept that message or whatever the fuck that might be. And that's why it's like I want to make a conscious effort of not putting myself in a scenario where I at least can't be open minded enough to celebrate this win or this thing or accept this message without getting pissed off.
Yeah, and I think, this is kind of like a message that I'm this is a message I sort of want to share, spread, but I don't yet know how to share and spread it. But there's definitely a disconnect between a lot of the self-help prep talk, like pep talk about like, oh, you're this, you're that, and like acknowledging like there's like almost like a triangle to this. Again, I can't figure out how I want to present this message. I just know it. There's something wrong. It's like you can't neglect if you get rejected and beat down at every turn in every like social interaction, and like nothing goes your way. Like you can't just ignore that shit and say these fucking little lines in your head.
Right.
Like
I don't think
there
anyone
is
agrees with that.
well, like no, but at the same time, so much of like the self-help world is like and a lot of the stuff is like isolationist in its application. It's like work on yourself, but it doesn't actually make things better is what I'm trying to say. Like if again, like you go work on yourself and you can squat a dinosaur, and then you come out after like going for a year of building your career, and you can you can do 1,000 push-ups, and now you've read every book there is to read on every topic, and then you go talk to someone and they say you're a fucking dork. Like all of it doesn't like you the outer world is never factored into a lot of this shit, and the way that it reinforces your experience or doesn't. And like that's something that's like there's
I think the outer world thing is like that's like the shit you just like don't fuck like kind of what you're saying, like the outcome of talking to the chick at the gym, like it didn't matter if she said anything back. Like who fucking cares about the outer world? You do it because you want to do it and it makes you feel good. Like you squat a dinosaur, so what? You squat a toothpick, so what? It's like it's equally the fucking same. Like no one needs to validate that you squatted a dinosaur, you squatted a toothpick. Like no one needs to do that for you to still be a success in your own mind. And it's maybe about defining like, okay, I wanted to squat a dinosaur. I did it. I'm fucking happy for myself. I don't give a fuck if anybody else cares, if anybody else knows. And I think those type of things are actually what help like build the confidence. Like you don't need the outside world to fucking tell you did a good job. You just fucking did a good job.
I think I'm getting a little bit more concrete. The word validation is yeah, it's a dirty word. A word that you could easily substitute and still is not a dirty word is I think a person requires a certain level of respect to function in society. And there are tons of people that just get no respect. And that's the thing. Like that's it. That's it. Like if you get no respect from the entire world, like that is not factored into the equation. A lot of these things are to say like you don't need respect. And I think that's to deny like a biological and like real thing, like nature. This is kind of what the rules are that I've been talking about. Nice guys finish last and life is struggle. You can't just say it doesn't matter and then it not matter. If you're a person who gets no respect in the world, like that's kind of like a thing I'm saying. Like the only people that will say it doesn't matter are already like the people who say a lot of this stuff, they're fucking set up. Like they're doing great. And that's why they're wanting to give back. But it's like,
yeah, but they probably had to go
you
through
know,
I feel like they had to arrive at like the journey where it's like, oh, fuck your opinion, you know, or like maybe it doesn't matter, you know, maybe they have, you know, maybe they feel like they know there's such a baller that like this fucking guy doesn't matter. Maybe they feel that on the inside.
I feel that they come from a place where they're speaking from their current status is the problem. And so like now that they have, let's say, a Bugatti, and now they're like, all right, here's what you got to do. You got to hit the gym. You got to do this. You got to do that. And it's like, okay,
Sure.
yes, you got to not be a fat fuck. Like,
Sure.
okay, cool. That's fine. That's not actually what got you here. Like,
Right.
you buddied up next to a multimillionaire who opened doors for you, who did this, who did that. And that was actually an outside world thing.
Yeah.
You know, like you
Yeah.
didn't just hit the fucking gym
Yeah.
for a year and all of a sudden you have a Bugatti.
No.
That's what I'm trying to say. Like there's so much of this shit that's like you're ignoring all the external factors that are so much, like so important and critical. When I say you, I'm talking about like
I feel
these
you.
things, because I've dove into the meditation stuff. I've dove into a lot of these things, and I still feel there's something lacking. And I definitely think they're completely inner game focused, which is cool because you can only control your inner game, but they're not really helping you. Like they don't, like Never Eat Alone in the first 2 chapters has turned my shit around. Like I'm like, this guy's speaking truth right now. Like you can't get anywhere on your own. He's like the most autonomous, highest producers can only go so far before they're like, fuck, they need someone to connect them or get a hand or something.
I mean, dude, that's like, I mean, I believe that. It's, it's that old saying. It's not about what you know, it's who you know. Like, it's all about network, and that comes back to a basic truth of business. Like, people want to work with people that they like.
Yeah.
They'll choose someone that they want to. And I definitely know what you're saying about the gym stuff. It's like there's like this one point in time where social media, like if you got in shape, you were now a motivational speaker. It was like, today's a great day, no days off. Like, eat your veg. You know what I mean? Like everyone's like
Instagram
posting,
was just
yeah, like
Instagram was just a gym picture thing.
yeah, yep, and a motivational thing. And like again, though, it's like I don't know, man. When you get to this like state about like I'm not like I don't like saying shit about like high school or whatever, but like I wasn't like I was fucking was nice to everyone in high school. I also talked a lot of shit. I also was a lot of fun. Like I don't know. Like I just never like cared about like people's thoughts or what they like do or have or like what they say about you. And I think like I don't know, like I'm not trying to say I'm like I'm some savant. Like of course words and things and people's opinions you've heard, but like for the most part, it's like oh fuck that guy or whatever. He's got a Bugatti. Like who fucking cares? Like I'm happy. I'm doing my thing. I'm focusing on me. Like I don't know. I think those things do make a difference because there's not a comparison to anything else. And like when there is like oh, well, that guy has he scores 22 points a game in the basketball. I only scored 10. Right. Well, maybe your 10 points are fucking sick and, he just puts up more, but it's only bad when you compare it. It's great if you just look at your own like type of performance. I think when it's like always up against something else to like get some type of measurement against, that's when it becomes like not enough or not good enough or where you could say shit like that. I don't know.
Yeah, I think where it's coming from for me is a new sort of recognition of the power of pre-selection and status in nature. This is not just this is a concept that I saw. I read The Mystery Method like a couple weeks ago. You know, The Mystery Method, the pickup book.
Mm-mm.
So it's
I
Rob
learned
Braddock.
zero about fucking pickup. I didn't even know that was a thing until I heard you talk about it.
Okay, so Rob Braddock told me about that book. He said you should check that book out. It
Oh,
reminds me of you.
he recommended it in the podcast.
Yeah, so I read it, and then I was sort of looking at some of the things that elevate your attractiveness. And essentially, when you think about it from that perspective, it basically is your value to the world is really what that stems from. It's all about value, right? I hate that word value, so let's use some other word.
Sure.
But like the key number one thing is pre-selection. Like above all else, if you could only choose one, pre-selection. And what pre-selection states is that a girl wants a guy who's got a ton of girls. So you look at Dan Bilzerian, you look at Hugh Hefner, you look at even Andrew Tate. Tate doesn't really throw a lot of girls on his photos or whatever, but he claims a lot of girls. So there is this whole thing of pre-selection. This is a credit argument, and this is what makes it frustrating. When I say a credit argument, it's how do you get a credit card if you have no credit? Because they won't give you a credit card. So what I started to see that, and then I started to see there's another when I go down this road about pre-selection, I lose the greater point. It's not what I wanted to say. That's not what I wanted to say. I was just trying to explain what pre-selection is because I don't want to make this about getting girls. It's about I think it's just really about status. I think that's what I'm trying to get to. Is like I'm sort of opening my eyes to how much status, like perceived status. I know it for copy. I know it for promos.
Sure.
You know, credibility,
Yeah.
and I recognize it from like the Mystery Method book, and I see it. But I think what's crazy is I'm seeing it like the way it it permeates and is prevalent across all things, that's where I'm like, wait a minute, this is the number one thing.
So are you
It's
saying you want to understand
it
to replicate it? Sorry.
it's like the number one thing to move ahead in reality is the thing that everyone says you shouldn't care about. There's my rub. The number one thing to get ahead with the opposite sex is pre-selection. The
Mm.
number one thing to get ahead in business is having connections in a social network. And a lot of this stuff comes back to this concept of, and if you're, oh my God, right now, it used to be like being an alpha male or something. Now it's become be a high value man or something like that. Like these are the terms that get thrown around these
New
self
label.
improvement spaces. Yeah, new label. All of these things feed into this dynamic. If you look at, um, say, like the study of like Tinder metrics, like it's overwhelmingly men, and there's this really interesting chart, but it's like the man, I can't imagine a chart where like attractive, it's like, ah man, I'm gonna fuck this up. Essentially, a girl, as soon as she gets over like a 4 rating out of 10 or whatever on attractiveness, her chances of finding a mate like skyrocket. And then like for a man, it's like there's like a sliver of a margin. If you're like rated 8 or higher, like you will be found attractive. Um, and I think what I'm trying to get to is like all of this stuff is feeding into the super importance of being in the top 10%, right? Like, and how do you get there? Overwhelmingly, like the most positive reinforcer is status. And status can sort of just be faked on Instagram. Um, so it's like, this is the part. It's like the halo effect of like whenever you're perceived as beautiful, people will treat you better. And if you're perceived as ugly, people will treat you poorly. Like these sorts of things. Again, I'm gathering raw material right now at this stage of my life. I'm putting together pieces that I don't see the full puzzle yet. But I know there's something to this status thing. Like establishing and presenting status is like a fucking cheat code. Like I don't know the whole board yet, but I'm seeing it. Like all these things point to one thing. You present yourself as a top 10 percenter, doors open. And again, like some people already sort of have everything they need or want. Like you currently have a wife and a good job, but if let's say you got fired and your wife said, "Oh, you're a loser, I'm out."
Yeah.
Now you have neither. You're
Yeah.
going to have a harder time without status and or a solid network. Like
Right.
you're going to be in a tight spot. So again, those are the sorts of things. Again, I don't know exactly the points I'm trying to make. I'm trying to have these conversations and see what I can tease
Sure.
out of them, what perspective I'm missing. There's something here though. I'm fucking gonna keep talking about it on Mondays until I figure it out, and you'll see some sort of shift.
I mean, there's no denying that status is a thing. It's why people buy watches, cars, suits, everything else to prove and show their status. Of course, I think everybody knows that when you have it, you get treated differently, whether they say they do or not. But and I think that's also why people chase it too. It looks like an attractive life, so of course other people want it. It's hard to get. So I don't know. There definitely is something there. I mean,
and again, like I'm doing a shit job of explaining my points, but what I'm trying to say really hard is like, people say shit like money can't buy you happiness. People say shit like, you are enough. That kind of shit. It's like, dude,
do you think money can buy you happiness?
I think money can help a fuck ton. It can at least buy you comfort, right? And so that
I
you can not be stressed about money.
I will agree. I don't actually think money can buy you happiness. I do think it can buy you freedom.
And I think,
Yeah.
so I think there's something to be said about like having your life revolve and run on validation, external validation.
Sure.
However, having status can solve your status problem, just like having money can solve your money problem. Money opens opportunities. I believe that status is the other side of the equation. You could buy your way into status. You could buy your way into masterminds, which I have done. You could buy your way into like these networks and groups. Or like, I feel like, again, there's what everyone's espousing on the internet and they're trying to get you to is be a high value man. And what they say is go to the gym, get a bunch of sleep or whatever, read a bunch of fucking books.
Do you already think you're a high value man?
See, that's the thing. It doesn't matter. That's what I'm trying to say. It doesn't matter what I think, because when I walk the fuck outside, I don't fucking matter. Do you see what I'm saying? That's the reality of it. Like on this platform, I am the highest value man. It's contextual. This idea, like, oh, all you gotta do is believe it. No, fuck that. You go out there, that dude's gonna treat you like shit. Like, doesn't matter, you know? So
Then I mean, that's fine. And I would just argue like then like if it doesn't, then why chase it? Like if it's
well, no. See, that's what I'm saying. It's a game. It's a game, and there are rules. I'm trying to identify and learn the rules so that when I go out there and the garbage man sees me, he says, cool. Like, I don't know. Like, like, I don't know how to describe it yet, but there's a game, there are rules, and I don't know the rules. I'm trying to learn the fucking rules. Again, Never Eat Alone says in the chapter 1 or 2, I had this quote I kept repeating this morning. He said, I realized life, like golf, is a game, and those who know the rules play it well and succeed. And so, again, what is it? Like, I think the network, I think this outward image and appearance, I think the rest of the world got savvy to this before me. The way you present yourself to the world, and the way your fucking Instagram looks and all that bullshit carries so much weight. So whatever I was saying just a minute ago, that was like the thread I wanted to go with. Like, money opens doors. Does it buy you happiness? No. Status also is just a tool. It opens doors. I don't think it can make you completely happy.
sure.
But it solves like your respect problem. It solves like your certain opportunities problem. Like there's a utility to it that I want to tap into, is essentially what I want to say.
But like what doors, like I'm looking at you, like what doors do you want to open? What status problems do you want to solve? What status problems do you have? And why does that matter?
I don't know yet.
Okay.
I would say, so here's one thing. Oh, I know where this comes from. I want a higher net worth network. I know a bunch of millionaires and stuff like that. I think one of the things was I wanted to curate my 5. You know, you're the average of the 5 people you surround yourself with.
Yep.
For a while, I've been feeling like I need to.
You're the one. Yeah. And you need to step up to be in somebody else's 5. Like you need to find your new 4 so you could get up to their level type of thing.
Yeah. And I don't mean any disrespect to anyone I hang out with, but I bring the average way up.
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah, that's okay. I think that's a really good question you asked me. What status problems do I have? Where does this come from? Why do I want to do this? It's that. I have been thinking like, okay, I want to level up my shit. I want to level up my 5. But am I worthy of even walking into those rooms? Like, do I bring enough to the table? And see, this is where I have that gripe with that you're enough. Because if I try to ask that question objectively, the answer should be, I'm great the way I am. And it's like,
but who says you aren't? See, I would say you are.
But
what? Because you don't have like $1 bazillion, because you're 33 and you're the best copyright fucking guy around, like you don't deserve to be in that room. Like who says that you aren't? The only person, because right now saying it sounds like you, which I would agree.
But yeah, but like if I go in that room, what do I like legitimately? What do I bring that I can use to improve someone who's even at a higher level than me? And I feel like that's a legitimate objective question.
But in what type of higher level? They make more money than you. Their knowledge is smarter than you. I don't know. Like
in my opinion, the answer is network. And I feel like network and status are like cousins. They're like almost attached. So like by leveling up your network, you level up your status. And so I feel like if I could come in, like for instance, almost like my so my gig at WealthPress, I got that because Braddock made it an introduction. That, I mean, probably changed the course of my life forever, right?
Sure.
Just because Braddock said you should interview this Kyle guy. He's a great copywriter.
You're looking for Pivot 2.0, Life Pivot 2.0.
Right. And I don't even know that I want to. Maybe I think I kind of want to set myself up to do something like Braddock did. But if, for instance, you said, like, this is something that happens, like, if you needed something from me right now, I could offer you a copy gig. That's like it.
Sure.
I mean, if you needed a loan or something and I knew you were good for it, maybe I could give you money.
Got it.
Do you see what I'm saying? What do I have? What do I bring? What kind of connections can I make for you? Like, they're quite limited. They're limited to my craft exclusively almost. You know what I'm saying?
And does that bother you? Is that why you want to? Okay, that does.
Yeah, because I don't feel like there's much more for me to do here. I don't feel like there's any more to go. Like, what else am I going to do? Make another video about how to write fucking disrupt, intrigue, click emails? Like, I feel like it's time.
Okay, so the money, you've made enough money in the current state where it's like your next venture is not necessarily about sales letters and breakdowns, and it's more about building businesses that it's like you're upgrading your Lego set.
Right. And I'll tell you this, maybe you experienced this. When I got into copy, I was trying to learn how to write a web page to sell my novels. That's what I got into copy for. And I was going to go to Gora's Copy Camp and learn their secrets. And then I was going to go take it and go to build my novels web page. I had an experience where I didn't know what I didn't know. When I got into Agora, I was like, oh shit, what the fuck I didn't know this world existed. I want to do that again. So you asked me, what are my problems? I don't know yet. I just know that I've plateaued.
You're done. Yeah. Okay. That helps me. That helps me understand a lot where you're coming from. You know, as I said here, I'm like, feel like you maybe don't realize where you're at, but really it's not where you want to be. So it's like, okay, well, what's next? I'm bored here.
And I don't want to say that because I don't want to sound ungrateful. So I don't want to say that. Like, yeah, but I do feel like I want to go up. And how do you go up? I think the only thing I'm really lacking then is a stronger network and having a set of that 5. I want 5 people who are legitimately at a higher level than me and I hang out with regularly. And they don't give, maybe they're in marketing, maybe they're in some other shit.
Sure.
And I want to see what doors open when I elevate myself again and go higher. If that makes, and I hate it because like a lot of these concepts are based in this pickup thing because it's relevant, but it's not solely about that. Like it's like that's the best examples I've got to give.
Sure. Okay, that makes sense. I mean, I think one thing that would elevate your status is, Copy Squad being, multi-million, you know what I mean? It's like when you look at, I'm just saying in marketing, and this is just from an outside perspective, it's like, oh, we got the fucking V-Shred guy. Their business does 50 million. And we got, Stephen Georgia and, Justin Goff, and their businesses do bunches of millions. And Todd Brown, his business does a bunch of millions. And Rich Schefren, like those guys have businesses that do millions of dollars, which, I mean, if we're talking about status, it's like, all right, well, they're the face of that business. And at least in the marketing game, it's like, well, these guys naturally have status based on the fact of their business. So one way to potentially do that would be to blow up Copy Squad with being its own info pub to a multi-million-dollar business. Those type of things I feel like elevate status.
Like get Copy Squad to write the sales letters for other businesses.
I mean, any of it. Like Justin Goff's thing is like, well, he had that weird, I don't even know, it wasn't weird, supplement company. He sold that for a bunch of millions of dollars. Then I think he sold off part of his copy accelerator program for millions of dollars. Like, right? Like he elevated himself through his business. Like that's where his notoriety came from. Like copy guy, marketing guy, multiple businesses, sold them, millions of dollars came from that. Like those type of things are what elevated all of those. Like people know Todd Brown because he's Todd Brown, marketing guy who runs whatever his business is worth, that does all this money, and he's got all these experiences, and he speaks at these events and hosts a mastermind. Like he's the guy. But that came through his growth of his business, not any individual like thing.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think I'm going to continue to grow the squad. And I hope to grow this channel as well into what I don't know yet. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing here.
I think
we're about to have a 4-hour conversation. That's nuts.
We can set the new record and move from there. But what I will say is that what you did previously off the back of your old channel is kind of where you're going down now. Like you said before, that channel opened a bunch of doorways just from being the guy teaching like legitimate copywriting and how that one went. Now this is, a little bit different, but along the same lines of how those things started. You open that because of the, have the network before you need it type of philosophy. So you don't know. I bet something unfolds from this just because it's like, holy shit, well-educated guy, good way to thought, good skill set, yada, yada, yada. You never know.
A lot of people don't know that either. Like I started the copy, it was called Kyle Milligan Copywriter, still is. I started that channel because I didn't know what I was going to do with it.
Right.
I was like, I knew I needed to do something. And I kind of started a channel. Like I don't think a lot of people know that. I had no intent. With that channel. I was like, should I start an email list? I don't know what I'm doing. It just happened. So I guess I'm doing the same thing here. Like, we'll just see what happens.
Yeah. Smart. I dig it.
Well, Rodney, we just crossed the 4-hour fucking mark, bro.
It's a marathon, man.
I can't believe you haven't whizzed one time.
No, sir, dude.
You've been putting that cup under the computer desk this whole time.
Not even holding it. Hit this thing. A proficient beer drinker. There's no beer in there.
You're a crazy animal.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad we had this talk. I'm glad you sat there and listened to the last hour has been me ranting. And again, like, I'm not even sure what it is I'm trying to say. So I appreciate you sitting here and just listening through it while I parse out my thoughts.
Yeah, but it's interesting.
I'm trying to figure it out.
Because what sometimes you'll like say stuff and you'll be like, oh, well, this unlocked a new level, a new thought, a new thing that I hadn't considered for. So I always like enjoy that part because a lot of those things are very like, I feel like people in this age, these shoes, like, they're looking for fulfillment. They're looking for their next thing. They're looking for something that makes them feel whole. And for everybody, it's different. And discovering what that path is so you can aim your gun in the right direction. You can point in the right direction. So you kind of have a starting point. I think it's really important regardless of what that's for.
Yeah, I'm working on it, man. And well, I'm glad you could be a part of it. Also, I'm glad you made a new fucking Copy Squad product, copysquad.net/rundown. Check out
winning all around, baby.
He'll teach you how to avoid the pitfalls of writing copy he learned in his first year as a copywriter, becoming a 7-figure promotion writing kind of guy.
Woo.
Well, all right. Well, that's it. If you want to hang out with Rodney and me more closely, you can also join Copy Squad Inner Circle, copysquad.net/join. And that's it, dude. I think we're all done here, bro. 4 hours, 2 minutes.
New record, baby.
Oh my God. Nobody's going to watch this all the way through, but good, because I can miss my rant at the end. All right. I hope somebody watching still had fun. Thanks so much for tuning in. Peace out, Copy Squad.
Later, dude.